Unnecessary evidence has disappeared into Trucy's magic panties. What a line to start the stream off on. I wonder where all that stuff goes. Okay, let's get over to the scene of crime. Vominos, Apollo, Vominos. Detective Fulbright, mind if we search the air duct? Well, since you really are on the side of justice, I suppose I can let you. Plus, my own sense of justice has been called into doubt, so. Wonder if he's been like this ever since the trial. Well, his sense of justice has been beaten to a pulp. It'll probably take a while for him to recover. I sort of feel bad for him, but we have work to do. Let's go get the evidence we need. The air duct is the key. We know that Tenma Taro impersonator used it to make an escape. After murdering the Ultraman, the killer left the box chamber through the hallway door. Then, after locking the door from the outside, the killer entered the air duct in the hallway. Finally, the killer dropped the key into the box chamber through the air vent here, then went back through the duct and fled the manor. That's how the illusion of no one entering or leaving the locked room was created. If the killer passed through the air duct, maybe we'll find some evidence there. Yeah, maybe some black feathers or something like that. Well, here's our vent. It's awfully high up. Don't worry, I brought a step ladder. Happy hunting. How nice of her to volunteer me for the job. It's pitch black in here. Well, here goes nothing. There's a thick layer of dust in here. I don't get it. Find anything? Apollo, what happened? You're covered in dust. Yeah, dust. Lots of dust. So what did you find? You know how dust collects on something when nobody uses it for a long time? Yeah, like Mr. Wright's desk back at the office. Right. You think it would be possible to crawl over that sort of dust without leaving a trail? I seriously doubt it. Wait, you're not suggesting no one's gone through that duct lately? Kinda looks that way. And if that's true, Mayor Tenma is going to be fingered as the killer. But if we don't turn things around quickly, in justice we trust. Sorry, Mr. Justice, but it seems your justice was not the most just after all. It is my sense of justice that has prevailed. Detective Fulbright sure seems chipper all of a sudden. And I'm back to my old devastated self. Come on, where's that never say die spirit? Bring it on, Mr. Lawyer Man. Bring it on. Let me suffer in peace. Justice prevails once more. It's not over yet, and besides, kicking someone with their tail is just what bad guys do. Are you calling me a bad guy? Me, Bobby Fulbright, champion of justice? And how about some information on the investigation? We need some help here. Information about the investigation. Alright, but I won't have you calling me a bad guy ever again. Understood? We did it, Apollo. Yeah, but how long can we keep this up? I can't believe Prosecutor Blackquill would stoop that low. I mean, pinning the blame on a yokai. He really wants a conviction at all costs. She could give a yokai a run for its money when she's mad. Yes, well, I have been writing a self-reflective essay as we speak. I doubt that'll teach him anything. Yeah, he'll probably just write Dotard 1,000 times. That whole yokai business is most likely a ploy to win a conviction. Truth is, Prosecutor Blackquill believes Jinxie Tenma planted that yokai stuff. Planted it in an effort to protect her father, the real killer. Yeah, right. I'd like to see him prove it. Calm down. He doesn't have any direct evidence, but we did find this. It was at the base of the cliff just outside Cubi Manor. Wait, that isn't the staff Tenma Taro was supposed to be carrying, is it? The one and only. Miss Tenma no doubt tossed it over the cliff when she was done. No way. Well, what about Prince? Nope, no Prince. But if she was wearing a costume, there wouldn't be any anyway. Well, Prince or no Prince is not going to work in our favor. Sounds like the staff might have belonged to the mansion. But if that's the case, then where in the mansion did Tenma Taro get it from? Did Prosecutor Blackquill figure out that the victim was the amazing Ninetales? He did indeed. He's a sharp one, all right. He figured it out while investigating the municipal murder and the victim's past. The amazing Ninetales sparked the yokai craze and worked against the merger. And Mayor Damien Tenma is the corrupt politician who murdered that great hero. The amazing Ninetales fans are so angry they even tried to storm the detention center. I don't blame them. I mean, their favorite masked wrestling hero was murdered. They must have been shocked when they found out what happened. Speaking of which, isn't Jinxie also a fan of the amazing Ninetales? A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He would never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. She spoke with a passion that only a fan could appreciate. We ought to become fans ourselves and go protest in front of the prison. What? No. Did you forget that Mayor Tenma is not only Jinxie's father, but our client? Oh, yeah. You be careful now. You're defending the most hated mayor in history. I just hope you don't find yourself on the wrong end of a figure 4 leg lock. Maybe I should wear a mask to hide my identity. Are there any other new developments we should know? Now that you mention it, our suspect is suffering partial memory loss, but he did manage to remember something. He did. What did he say? He said he didn't want to speak with us. His exact words were, "I'm under no obligation to speak with you mortals," and other things of that nature. I wonder what Mayor Tidman remembered. Too bad you can't go ask him now, because Prosecutor Blackwell's busy questioning him. I know. Why don't you wait down at the playground with the rest of the kids? What now, Apollo? How about regrouping back at the agency? Good idea. We might get some words of wisdom out of Mr. Wright while we're there. Maybe I'll go read over some past cases, and I'll go do some research on exorcisms. Hey, what's with you guys? You seem bummed out. How should I put this? It's like we're at the edge of a cliff, and the only way is down. In other words, business as usual, right? Yeah, I suppose so. Except this time, it's like we're bound and gagged too. Don't forget blindfolded with our ears plugged up. And monsters at every turn. Sounds rough. Hey, Apollo. Oh, and Athena's here too. Mr. Wright. How goes the investigation, Apollo? Athena? I think it's safe to say that things have gotten hairier than before. Really? What happened? I was watching the two of you this morning from the gallery. That was one tough day in court, to say the least. I know, I've never had to defend a yokai before. That business about the locked room was another major hurdle. Yeah, and on top of that, Jinxie was accused of being an accomplice. But at least you figured out how someone could have escaped that locked room. Yeah, well, we just found out that our reasoning might have been tad flawed. Really? Well, that's bad news. How are we going to get out of this one? The worst of times when lawyers have to force the biggest smiles. Force a smile. Yeah, my mentor taught me that back when I was still learning the trade. She also taught me to return to the basics whenever I got stuck. Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. The basics. Always believe in your client. So, Mr. Wright, how long have you known Athena? I met her during a trip to Europe. You were in Europe? Why haven't I heard about this before? Yeah, I went there a few times to study the various legal systems over there. Okay. Wait a minute. I thought you worked as a pianist after you quit practicing law. I did, but an old friend of mine needed help with some legal work from time to time, so I guess you were never very far from the courtroom then. It was like fate brought us together. It's thanks to Mr. Wright that I became a lawyer at all. I knew she was lawyer material from the moment I met her, and I have high hopes for her ability to analyze people's emotions. It's nothing special. Maybe I've underestimated that analytical psychology of hers. It's just, I thought that my special ability could help defend innocent people. And I had to do everything in my power to bring it to the courtroom. That's when I really started hitting the books hard. I'm still amazed she actually became a lawyer, and at the tender age of 18, no less. Wow, that's almost superhuman. Or personal, like she's trying to help somebody she knows. Alright, I'm totally pumped up after talking to you, Mr. Wright. It's like you said, the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. And don't forget to return to the basics whenever you get stuck. Keep believing in my client, Wright. Mr. Wright. Yes, I'm going to go visit our client again. I think that's a good idea. Alright, time to see what's new down at the detention center. Mayor Tenma, we wanted to talk to you about something. So, my minions have returned. Apollo, he still thinks he's a yokai. I wonder if we'll ever be able to talk to Mayor Tenma again. Silence, peddler of the legal trade, free me from these imprisoning walls with great haste. Wow, he's sounding more and more like a real demon with every sentence. I'm starting to wonder if we should even be helping him win his freedom. Still, you can't let Mayor Tenma stay possessed. You know what I mean. If you can clear me of these charges, I shall help in whatever manner I may. Now ask of me what you will. I suppose it's worth a shot. Were those feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime really your doing? Indeed, the remnants of Tenmataro, king of the underworld, they be. The day when I once again dominate the mortal world is at hand. The prosecution claims the feathers and tracks were planted by Trixie. What's this? I must breach these walls and go defend my little Jinxie at once. Mayor Tenma, is that you? Well now, Damien appears to still reside within this body. I should have expected as much from a descendant of mine. Be silent now, Damien. I guess a little thing like demonic possession won't stop a father's love for his daughter. You didn't kill Alderman Cupid, did you? I have killed no one. The remnants of my presence have been misconstrued. The murderer is not I, for if I had slain that mortal, raging hellfire would have consumed him, leaving naught but ash. So, so, so you're saying there must have been somebody else there? Come to think of it, the mayor had mentioned that he had been clubbed with a statue. I had better ask about this too. Detective Fulbright mentioned that you might have something new to tell me. Indeed, I have. I regurgitated this key but a short while ago. Behold, the key to the Forbidden Chamber. Is regurgitation one of your demonic powers too? I do not waste my powers on such parlor tricks. Take the key from the killer, did Damien, whereupon he swallowed it. He sought to bar the killer entry to the Forbidden Chamber. So he wanted to keep it shut tight. But no fingerprints shall you find upon that key. How do you know that? Wait, is that another one of your demonic powers then? Foolish mortal, you would have me, Tenma Taro, act as some asinine alchemist. I but asked the jailer and my will was done. Quite eagerly, I must add. Always an honor to serve your malevolence. Guess I'm not the only one he scares the living daylights out of. Can we ask how you use this key? We couldn't find the keyhole anywhere in or around the door. Curse that infernal door. But if I had known its manner of opening, long, long ago would I have made my return. He has a point there. Maybe Jinxie knows something about how the whole thing works. What, might I ask, is that? The statue was found at the scene. Someone hit Mayor Tenma over the head with it. Had been wrapped in a large cloth before the older man's murder. Let me see whether Damien knows about such a thing. Yes, something wrapped in just such a cloth does he recall. A secret gift from Alderman Cupi, it would seem. He, however, had not a chance to see it till now, for the cloth did conceal it. Maybe the cloth fell off or was removed after the mayor was struck. Of that Damien does not know. A secret gift. Interesting. Maybe Jinxie knows something about it. I should question him about the blackmail letter too. Let's see what he says when I show it to him. Why this is that cursed blackmail letter that was sent to Damien. Apparently somebody slipped it into the older man's pocket. They believe someone, probably the killer, stole it from Mayor Tenma's briefcase. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? You have questions, do you? Very well. Ask away, mortal. Who placed this letter in the older man's pocket? Very few were they who knew the letter was in Damien's briefcase. So whoever knew about the blackmail letter being in the mayor's briefcase is a potential suspect in its theft and placement in the older man's pocket. Could it have been his doing? Mr. Taro, did you just remember something? Indeed I did. There was but one other who knew of that letter, Damien's aide, Florette LaBelle. Full knowledge of that briefcase's contents did that aide possess. Then he may be the blackmailer and the murderer we're looking for. That is preposterous. He's a most trusted advisor. He would never betray Damien. It seems like Mayor Tenma is a bit too trusting of those around him. Still, this is huge. Now we know who might have slipped that blackmail letter in the older man's pocket. Look out, Florette LaBelle. Here comes justice. Let's go find Mr. LaBelle and rake him over the coals. Thanks for the help. You've just given us a major lead. There's something that still bothers me. If Mr. LaBelle is the killer, what could have motivated him to open the forbidden chamber? We should probably search it for clues. Only one problem. How do you open a locked door that doesn't have a keyhole? Let's go talk to Jinxie. Maybe she can help. Hey, isn't that... You dare imprison me? Jinxie, she's acting really strange. That loathsome, no good nine-tailed fox, he shall know the terror that is mine and despair. You shall pay, oh you shall pay dearly, all of you. Jinxie, are you alright? Is that you, Mr. Demon Lawyer? Morning, Jinxie. Morning. Isn't it already past noon? And what am I doing here? Last I remember, I lay down to take a nap back at the manor. Oh no, it must have been the Maku Rageshi. Ever wake after a restless night's sleep to find your pillow in an unusual place? Or that you've been sleeping on the floor or in the hallway? Well, it's that yokai's fault. The Maku Rageshi preys on people while they're asleep. It sounds like you just need to be tucked in really tight, or maybe a snug sleeping bag. Jinxie, how come you don't have any charms on your forehead? I don't. They must have fallen off. Without them, evil things can creep into me. I would say we had a more than adequate demonstration of that just now. I had better reapply them. Jinxie, there's something we wanted to ask you. There's something I wanted to tell you too. I remembered something else. You did. What was it? Jinxie, what can you tell us? What can you tell us what you remembered? Well, after the trial, I remembered lots of stuff. But there's one thing I thought was really weird. I'm almost afraid to ask, but here goes. Really? What? It's about the yokai feathers and tracks. They weren't there when I first opened the door. Wait, what? Are you sure? My memory's crystal clear now. So you're saying they were left at the crime scene after you found it? This could spell major trouble, Apollo. Why? Because Jinxie is already accused of leaving the feathers and tracks at the scene. If they weren't there when she discovered the crime scene, it will totally fuel the claim that she fabricated the evidence later on. Jinxie's fuzzy memory of the whole incident is really working against us. The prosecution will probably say she doesn't remember planting the evidence. Good luck rebutting that. This is not good. I sure hope she didn't plant the evidence while she was sleepwalking or something. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to know how to open the Forbidden Chamber, would you? That door doesn't even have a keyhole. Well, it's supposed to have a secret mechanism. They say you have to figure it out before the keyhole will appear. A secret mechanism. Really? It's hidden in the Fox Chamber, but only Ultraman Cubide knew what it was and how it worked. The Ultraman of the Nine-Tails Vale sure loved his secrets. Apollo, let's go see if we can find that secret mechanism. Slow down. There's something else I need to ask about. Jinxie, is there only one key to the Forbidden Chamber? Even the Manor's Master Key won't open it. That's because it's a very special room that must never be opened. Guess that means nobody entered the Forbidden Chamber after the murder. After all, we know Mayor Tenma took the key from the killer and swallowed it, so the mayor's efforts to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber were not in vain. Ultraman Cubide made that statue. It's a token of goodwill. I think it was meant to be for Nine-Tails Vale and Tenma Town. A token of goodwill. But the two yokai are fighting. Fighting? Oh, I see what you mean. The cup portion is missing. The statue originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in celebration, but sure doesn't look that way now, does it? Maybe it broke when it was used to hit Mayor Tenma on the head. That would explain it. I guess the only two people who knew what it really looked like were the Ultraman and I. Now it's just me, but its symbol of goodwill will forever be etched in my mind. Well, that's interesting. So, is there anything else we should know about Jinxie? No, That's about it. My bracelet, it's reacting. Jinxie, you wouldn't happen to be a justice we trust. A ghost. Detective Fulbright, what are you doing here? I have business with this young lady, if you must know. Prosecutor Blackquill has asked me to question her. Question me? Sorry, not interested. Are you here to ask about that whole yokai affair? That's right. Specifically, we want to ask. Oh, look at that. My package has been delivered. BRB. Okay, tasty package full of nummy food has been retrieved. Moving on. I can't tell you that, now can I? Come on, please. We're partners in justice, right? No, Prosecutor Blackwell specifically told me my questions were of the utmost justice. I will not fall for your lies. In justice we trust. The Twisted Samurai sure has him on a short leash. So you're not a ghost. Maybe some sort of urban troll then. Now come along, Miss Tenma, to the station with you. He took her away. Missed my chance to see what she was lying about. Well, at least we found out there's a secret mechanism for opening the chamber. Let's go check it out. I just hope they let us in now. What an absolutely fabulous scent. I'm so glad I had these carnations imported from England. Nothing but the finest will do. Perhaps I should place one aside for our dearly departed alderman. Hey, it's Mr. LaBelle. Apollo, let's ask him about you-know-what. Oh yeah, before we search the Fox chamber, we should ask about the blackmail letter. Why, if it isn't the mayor's little lawyers, what do you want with me? Oh, there's something we wanted to ask. Where's that ringing coming from? You'll have to excuse me. Hello, LaBelle here. What the? Those things on his shoulders are cell phones? Yes, about that, you must forgive me. Okay, that is kind of a smart use of shoulder pads. I have never seen that before, but that is actually a very smart use of shoulder pads. I kinda like that. This whole matter with Mayor Tenma has been a complete nightmare. Where do you buy clothes like that? Probably custom made. Probably. Surprised? This is my own special design. It's the ultimate in functional beauty. Functional beauty. Are you sure about that? Looks a bit unwieldy to me. How do you figure? I mean, other than the fact that there are shoulder pads in general, but you simply don't have an eye for beauty. If having an eye for beauty means looking like this guy, I'd rather be blind. I mean, overall, he doesn't look that bad. Other than looking highly pretentious, I honestly think he kind of looks good. Other than, again, looking highly pretentious. So, what do you want with me? Both Yinxie and Mr. Filch said they saw Tenma Taro. But what about you, Mr. LaBelle? If you were in the foyer, why didn't you see me? Very well, I admit it. That's right, I, Lord LaBelle, saw the demon Tenma Taro. So he did see something. Then why did you lie about not seeing him? I was simply trying to protect dear little Jinxie. Protect Jinxie? What do you mean? Why, don't tell me you haven't heard of that strange little habit of hers. Which one are we talking about? The one where she wanders around making mischief without knowing what she's doing. Rumor has it she's possessed by Tenma Taro. That one's new to me. Well, there you have it. Anytime you hear about a Tenma Taro sighting, little Jinxie should be your prime suspect. Tell us more about that rumor. So what was that rumor about Jinxie? They say she's possessed. Not all the time, of course. It hits suddenly, then she starts wandering around doing strange things. Is that so? Although, come to think of it, that loathsome, no-good nine-tailed fox, he shall know the terror that is mine and despair. and that certainly would explain how she was acting earlier. Once she even put on a Tenmataro costume and wandered around the woods at night. She did. I wish I had never asked. Does she remember anything while she's possessed? Unfortunately, no. She doesn't seem to remember a thing during these episodes. Memory loss during possession. Come to think of it, her memory of the murder scene was quite fuzzy. I suppose that, too, was caused by her possession. Then maybe. So you do understand. That whole yokai business was entirely of her own making. Now wait a minute. Although that yokai evidence wasn't there until after she discovered the crime scene, did she leave those black feathers and strange tracks there herself? Apollo, let's ask Mayor Tenma about Jinxie's episodes the next time we talk with him. What is that? It's the blackmail letter, but wasn't sent to alternate Cubi. It was sent to Mayor Tenma. And your point being, someone took the letter from the mayor's briefcase and then placed it in the older man's pocket after he was murdered. You don't say. You wouldn't happen to be the one who made the switch, would you? After all, you're the only one who knew that the blackmail letter was in his briefcase. So naturally, you... Perhaps that shot of cologne will make those scales fall from your eyes. Or my eyes fall from their sockets. Is it possible that you would like to frame me as a potential suspect? What would make you raise such an outrageous allegation in the first place? Well, my only crime is being born as beautiful as you see here. In other words, you have nothing. Now let me show you what to do with this garbage. You can't destroy evidence like that. What do you mean I can't? I just did. Feel a little lighter now? You just won a one-way trip to the top of my most annoying people ever missed, buddy. Are we done with your silly questions now? I'm a very busy man, you know? I guess that's it for now. Hello, LaBelle speaking. Really? You wish to carry my new product at your store? Oh, but I'm afraid it's my own private brand. It's not available to the public. What? Then I shouldn't advertise it on TV? I don't understand. As the embodiment of beauty, it is my duty to announce my good looks to the world. Stop the bus. I'm getting off. Everyone wants my exclusive Je suis LaBelle. Oh, share? It's the crown jewel of my collection, born of my long, relentless pursuit of beauty. But now that it's become so popular, it's been an absolute nightmare. You don't say. Well, they can't have it. It's just for me. It's not meant for you peasants. Peasants. This is my latest product. I'm calling it Couleur Me Labelle. I think that means color me Labelle. Couleur, if I'm saying that right. Couleur Me Labelle. Lapel. Yeah, color me, so.
Couleur meule belle.
Color, yeah, something like that.
Couleur meule belle.
Color me belle. Yeah. I'm, of course, American and cannot pronounce French anywhere near correct, but I'm at least trying. A dazzling hair color that you can wash out with just water. Guess that means you can't sweat. I have 7 colors in all. You can find out more in my commercials and magazine ads. Yet it's not available to the public. Great sales strategy there, genius. Come to think of it, Mr. LaBelle, your hair color's changed since the last time we met. The little lady has quite the discerning eye. Here's a little sample. Consider it a gift for one who truly appreciates beauty. Apollo, what should I do? Better take it before you get face full of cologne. Good point. Wow, thanks, Mr. LaBelle. Okay, let's head over to the Fox Chamber. We've still gotta find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. Okay, let's find the secret mechanism for opening the Forbidden Chamber. This is so exciting. I can't wait to see how it works. But do you really think the killer entered the Forbidden Chamber? We'll just have to open it to find out. We should also see if there was anywhere the killer could have hidden in this room. Okay, let's get started. That's a new Spanish word on me, apurate. Apurate. And of course, because I am who I am, I have to go make sure we're saying it right. And figure out what it means, because I don't even know what that one means. Hurry up, so it's another word for hurry up, which makes sense.
Apúrate.
Apurate. Okay.
Apúrate.
Apurate, Apollo, apurate. There are a lot of words for hurry up in Spanish. Only one I really knew before was vámonos. Anyway. So the crime scene was looking Loctite at the time. This is a tough one. The only people in that locked room were the deceased, the alderman, and the mayor. Maybe the killer hid somewhere in that room. Was there really anything anywhere to hide in the Fox Chamber? That was quite a day in court. The news just can't stop talking about how the demon Tinmataro made an appearance. There's never an exorcist around when you need one. Well, I heard the judge actually held an exorcism in his court after that. Good. Let's hope it's the last we'll see of that pig in the neck yokai. I don't know. I have a feeling Tinmataro could exorcise an exorcist. As an attorney defending a demon, I know exactly how that feels. Okay, let's start examining the room. Maybe the killer hid under this table. That would be a terrible hiding place. The alderman's body would have been right above. Maybe you're right. Guess the underside is a bit... Wait, there's something under the table. Let's check it out. Whoa, that's a little freaky if I'm being honest. Hey look, there's something down here. It looks like a piece of something. Only question is, a piece of what? Oh, I know. It might be a piece of this statue. Remember what Jinxie said? The statue originally depicted two yokai holding up a cup. It was a symbol of goodwill. So this piece broke off and rolled under the table. I don't think we'll find anything else on this chair. Look at all these feathers. And bloody tracks too. Then we have Jinxie and Mr. Filch's eyewitness reports. And a newspaper photo. Our yokai's definitely not the shy type, that's for sure. This is bad. Mayor Tenma is scary enough without people thinking he's a yokai. There's a carving of the nine-tailed fox over the door, and statues of him on either side. The way those two statues are glaring, it's like they're guarding the door from us. Come to think of it, there are two foxes on the folding screen as well. It can't be a coincidence, can it? The statue moves. Don't get carried away now. I mean, who knows? It might trigger a trap. I can handle it. If a spear comes shooting my way, I'll snatch it out of the air. After all, I have the reflexes of a regular karate kid. I guess if you can catch something that fast out of mid-air, you can accomplish anything. Still, there might be something to the fact that these fox statues rotate. Maybe there's something around here that shows the position they should be in. Still no keyhole, huh? Yeah, and the door won't budge, just like those spiky bangs of yours. Well, all it takes is some water. I don't think that would work on the door. Oh, I know. I'll break it down with a body slam. I seriously doubt you could do that. How do you know if I haven't even tried? No, wait, don't! As much as you hate losing, Athena, I think the door would win this match. There really is no escaping here through the air duct, and here we went through all the trouble of bringing a ladder to check it out. That's not a ladder, Paula. It's a step ladder. What's the difference? They both have the word ladder in them. What's the difference? Oh, I know. Let's play rock, paper, scissors to decide who's right. You're way too competitive. It's not even related to the original issue either. There's a cliff outside this window. Makes it pretty impossible to get out this way. When I hear things like that, it just makes me want to try. Never say never, right? I bet I could get out this way. No, wait. Do you have a death wish or something? It won't even open wide enough for me to squeeze through. Guess I lost that bet. That loss just saved your life. The statue originally depicted the two yokai holding up a cup in a gesture of goodwill. Maybe Ultimate Cubi was planning on smoothing things over with Mayor Tenma, but he was murdered instead by somebody who intervened. The mayor was only pursuing the municipal merger because he had been blackmailed. Who knows? If this murder hadn't occurred, maybe they could have come up with a solution. Better take a look behind this door, too. Look, the doorknob banged into the wall, made a big dent too. That wouldn't have happened if the killer had been hiding there. Right, I guess that rules out the old hide behind the door trick. Two foxes standing back to back are depicted on this elegant folding screen. Could this have something to do with the keyhole? Wait a minute. Two foxes. There are two fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber as well. Maybe the keyhole will appear if we do something to this folding screen. But I don't see anything unusual about it. Well, it does have two foxes on it, and there are two fox statues in front of the door. Then maybe there's a clue somewhere in this room. Let's turn the whole place upside down. She's as excited as a kid in a candy store. Well, I can't think of anywhere else to look. You find anything, Apollo? We'll never find the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber at this rate. There's something about that folding screen. You know how those fox statues in front of the Forbidden Chamber move? That screen might be a clue as to how we're supposed to position them, or something. I bet you're right. Let's go over that screen with a fine-tooth comb. On closer inspection, I think there's more to this screen than meets the eye. Let's check every last inch of it. I can rotate the folding screen, and if I spot anything of interest, I can inspect it further. You can also zoom in and out to get a better look. Now let's check every last inch of it. Okie dokie. What's this? Looks like a keyhole or something. You think it could be the keyhole to the Forbidden Chamber? No, it's just a picture. Still, you know what they say. A picture's worth 1,000 words. It's a picture of a key. That shape looks awfully familiar. I know. It's shaped like the Forbidden Chamber's key. Wait, what about that keyhole ball on the center of the screen? You think the two are related? A key and a keyhole. I just got an idea. If we folded the screen up just right, the key and keyhole should overlap. I think you're right. Let's give it a try. Look, a door. Yeah, and it's open too. The two foxes are now facing each other, so what if we made those fox statues face each other? Well, now isn't that an interesting idea? Let's go check out the two statues. Okay, help me move the two statues so they face each other, just like on the screen. Look, a lock appeared. Now we can use that key. Okay, here goes nothing. It worked. Time to see why this chamber is so forbidden. What secrets could it hold, I wonder? These doors need some serious oil. That was like nails on a chalkboard. Right, forgot about those super good ears of yours. Look, more feathers. What the heck is that? Is that a Tenmataro statue? But there's something odd about it. All I know is I don't like it. I can't explain why. You okay, Athena? You look kinda pale. You're not scared, are you? What is this thing? Don't make me laugh. Really? Look. Oh, what? What is it? Over there on the left. There's a bunch of staves on that rack. They kinda look like the staff we saw earlier. You mean the one Jinxie said she saw Tenmataro carrying? Yeah, I bet our Tenmataro impersonator really did come here at some point. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's search the place. That's one big statue. Must be something like 15 feet tall. And look, this Tenmataro has a staff. But the Tenmataro in the scroll didn't have one. I wonder why. I feel like this could be significant, but why? Let's take a closer look. First to go around this table here. Apollo, are you sure that's a good idea? It looks like there's some sort of compartment in the base of the statue. Don't open it. Who knows what might be in there? It's just a big empty compartment, and from all the dust and cobwebs, I would say it hasn't been opened in a really long time. That's enough, Apollo. Let's shut it and... Wait, there is something in here. Looks like some sort of figure, but it's so dusty I can't tell what it's supposed to be. Wonder what it's doing here. Looks like an old scroll, and there's something wrong on it. Unless I'm mistaken, it looks like an old guy. Some sort of monk, maybe. A monk? What are you talking about? You know, people that take walks in the mountains as a form of spiritual training. Wouldn't that just be a hiker? The guy in this picture doesn't look like he's doing this for fun, Athena. Look, there's some yellow thing strapped to his back. It's turning into Tenmataro. What's the scroll getting at? Is this how Tenmataro was born? Well, whatever it is definitely creepy. A stone lantern. Like those Japanese garden lamps. Where's the switch? Lamps like these are lit by fire, not electricity, so there is no switch. Oh, here it is. What? It was hidden out of sight. I see Tenmataro's cell has been outfitted with all the amenities a yokai could want. Looks like a gravestone or something. It reads, here lies Tenmataro, age 80. Cause of death, choked on a chicken bone. Say it ain't so. Besides, it sounds more like an autopsy report than an epitaph, if you ask me. Wait, you're joking around because you're scared. It's your coping mechanism. I'm then not scared. Freak out central, right here, baby. Cut it out, widget. Denial is strong in this one. Black feathers. They look exactly like the ones in the fox chamber. That means the killer must have been in here at some point. The question is, why? Maybe, maybe the Tinmataro costume was hidden in here. I mean, if someone carried it through the manor, it would have stuck out like a sore thumb. But when did the killer get in here? The mayor snatched the Forbidden Chamber key when the killer hit him on the head. That means the killer could have only gotten in here before the murder. Wow, this is one tough riddle, all right. There's a bunch of staves here, and it looks like one's missing. The Tinmataro Jinxie saw must have taken it. I would have to agree. These look like the one Detective Fulbright showed us. Why do you think there are so many here? Maybe they're spares. Tinmataro might be, absent-minded or something. But the fact that he has spare staves handy, well, it shows that he's aware of his faults and is trying to deal with them. Or at least that's my take on it. Maybe this will remind her to deal with her own faults. I won't hold my breath. Look, there's an air vent here too. I guess even forbidden chambers need proper ventilation. But I don't think anyone could reach this one either. Yeah, and there's nothing to stand on around here. I wonder where this vent leads. Well, the Fox Chambers vent didn't branch this way, so maybe it doesn't have anything to do with this case after all. What's this? Whatever it is, the packaging is really gaudy, and the fact that there's no dust on it means it hasn't been here very long. It's hand cream. Let's see what brand it is. Je suis Labelle. Labelle? What the? But then, wouldn't that mean Mr. Labelle was here? I guess so. But why? Well, whoever was dressed up like Tinmataro must have taken the staff from here in the Forbidden Chamber, and that same person probably dropped his hand cream at that time. In other words, the Tinmataro impersonator we're looking for is none other than Florent Labelle. This might be a big break for us in court tomorrow. Now all we have to do is get the truth out of Mayor Tenma. Guess that about wraps it up. What now? We should probably talk to some of the witnesses again. You mean like Mr. Filch and Jinxie? Yeah, I really want to ask Mr. Filch about the village superstitions and Tenma Taro. Any good ideas yet, Athena? Good ideas. You bet I do. Well, there's that thing. Thing. What thing? You saw right through me, didn't you? You mean you really have nothing for me? No, sorry. I just got a little carried away. Bluffing is obviously not her strength. Seems we finally have the real killer in our sights. The only person to threaten Mayor Tenma, push for the municipal merger, and to be identified at the manor disguised as Tenma Taro is none other than Mayor Tenma's aide, Florent Labelle. We're in for a fight tomorrow. Let's banish Tenma Taro, both literally and figuratively. Yeah, we'll be fine between the two of us. We'll send that yokai packing, along with that twisted samurai of a prosecutor. Let's do this. It's the curse, the curse, the curse of Tinmataro. You outsiders are ignoring them superstitions at our peril. Mind your own business, will ya? What's all this about a curse? Tinmataro's going to curse us all, unless you stop sticking your nose where it don't belong. Stop the investigation. Listen to what them superstitions say. Right. How about obeying the law before you go obeying the superstitions? What are you doing with a widget around your neck? He's mine. You know better than to go around stealing people's stuff like that. The same goes for my bracelet. Sorry. I promise I won't do it again. He almost kidnapped my sweet little widget. The big jerk. I'm sorry. I guess you can't teach an old raccoon dog new tricks. As long as we have him here, I guess we should ask him about what happened. I can't believe you did that. It's one thing to steal a pair of shoes, but to steal a widget. Mercy. I can't seem to control myself. It's that thieving blood running in my veins. Thieving blood? What's that supposed to mean? Glad you asked. The infamous bandit Azuki Kozo was my grandpappy. Take a gander at this. What exactly am I looking at? Looks like another one of those yokai to me. It's nothing other than the Azuki Kozo, robbed from the rich to give to the poor he did. And he would leave one of these figures at the scene of the crime. What's more, I'm his grandson because he was my grandpappy. You don't say. Thieves' honor, it's an honest truth. The sloshing sound of Azuki beans scraping together in the dead of night. It's the magical sound of dirty money getting washed clean for given out to the poor. I'm Azuki Kozo, washer of money, giver outer of wealth, reborn. Forget the money, you should be washing yourself of this nasty habit. Wait a second, this figure looks familiar. Yes, it looks just like that old dusty figure we found in the Forbidden Chamber. What are you guys doing with that figure there? This, we found it in the Forbidden Chamber. Looks like it had been there practically forever. Could mean my grandpappy broke into the Forbidden Chamber way back. That reminds me, he once told me there's treasure in that there chamber. Treasure? What do you know about the treasure in the Forbidden Chamber? Only that's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it, said there's an amazing treasure in there. There's something amazing in there? Didn't see anything like that though. Your grandfather didn't by chance already steal it, did he? Seeing how there was one of his figures in there, that just might be. That's Grandpappy for you. Bet he washed that treasure up real good before handing it out to the poor. Of course, because he was so righteous. In court, you mentioned seeing Tinmataro near the scene of the crime. Sorry I didn't come clean right away, but them superstitions got the better of me. The people of Ninetales Vale sure seem like a superstitious bunch. I'm not surprised you wouldn't want to talk about seeing Tinmataro. Darn right, them superstitions scare me out of my wits, I tell you. That's why I'm gonna do exactly what they say from now on. So you plan on staying here at Ninetales Vale? Yep, I'm going to keep living right here and keep with the old ways, just like Grandpappy did. Then superstitions are like a rule book to me. Wait, so you're saying you actually believe in those old wives' tales? Ain't you been listening to a word I said? You're going to do exactly what those superstitions say. Well, I say that's baloney.
Take that!
It's clearly written right here. Ignoring the superstitions will cost you your soul. There is, however, one way to save it: your immediate departure from the village. So according to this, you shouldn't even be here, let alone talking with us. You said you plan on staying right here in Ninetails Vale. But if you really believed in the superstitions, you would have been long gone by now. I know you've been lying to me. Time to come clean, Mr. Filch. You were lying about believing in the superstitions, weren't you? Sorry, but I didn't have no choice. So, what was the real reason you couldn't talk about seeing Tinma Taro? It's all that pretty boy's fault, Mr. LaBelle, if you know what I mean. He told me not to say a word about seeing Tinma Taro. Said if I did, he would do to me what them superstitions said would happen. So it was Mr. LaBelle who muzzled you. Why would Mr. LaBelle want to scare you into silence? Mr. LaBelle was trying to protect that little maid gal. It was on account of that rumor, the one about her being possessed. That rumor again. I guess we really do have to talk to Mayor Tenma about the possession rumor. Hey, watch it! Village superstition stolen by Phineas Filch. I'll be taking this back now. Kinda like family to me. You could have just asked instead of stealing it. Was that all we wanted to ask Mr. Filch? Yeah, I think that was it. Let's go see Mr. Tenma Taro one more time. Just thinking about dealing with that yokai again makes me want to say pass. Lord Tenma, your attorneys are here to see you, your malevolence. Why are you speaking like that? Mayor Tenma, you've returned. Yes, well, Jinxie came by earlier to apply a new charm to my head. It seems to be suppressing the demon within me. That's a relief. Maybe we'll actually get somewhere this time. So what can I do for you today? We would like to ask about the rumor that Jinxie is possessed. She allegedly left the yokai evidence at the scene while under a demon's power. At least that's what the prosecution is going to claim at tomorrow's trial. No match is this warding charm for me. The charm. Tenma Taro's back. Those foolish mortals, they shall regret blaming that child for my doings. I blew it. That question brought that yokai back, and he probably won't drop the act until Jinxie's name is cleared either. We would like to ask you about something your aide Florent LaBelle mentioned. Did you know Jinxie is rumored to be possessed? I know not of what you speak. You're not trying to protect Jinxie, are you? I, Tenma Taro, Demon Lord of the Yokai, protect a mere mortal. No affections do I possess for your race of humans. Please, we all could prove there was a third party disguised as a yokai at the scene. But if you deny that tomorrow, we'll never be able to clear Mayor Tenma's name. But I have already told you, I know not of what you speak. I don't think we'll get anything more out of him. It's all over, unless we can somehow prove that Jinxie didn't plant that yokai evidence. Apollo, I think I got this one. I think I can prove that she didn't do it. Really? Sure. I should be able to use psychology to explain that whole possession thing. Knock yourself out then. Wow, Athena's really something. I can really count on her when it counts. Mayor Tenma, Jinxie isn't possessed. I believe her so-called possession episodes are a form of somnambulism. Somnambulism? You mean sleepwalking? Yes, I believe she is exhibiting a rare form of a disorder. It's usually brought on by repressed stress. Mr. Mayor, didn't her system start soon after she began her job in Nine Tails Vale? When the child visited last, she did speak of dreading yokai and how they rob her of sleep each night. I knew it. That lack of sleep is causing her to enter an unconscious state, and that means she can't be trying to protect you, at least not on a conscious level. So then the Tenma Taro that was spotted at the manor wasn't Jinxie. Sleepwalking, eh? That would indeed explain the matter. Look, Tenma Taro's spirit. It's left the mayor's body.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Can you tell us the truth now, Mayor Tenma? Very well. It's the least I could do for a superb exorcist such as you. Mayor Tenma, you didn't leave those feathers and tracks at the scene, did you? I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that.
Spin-Diva said, "Happy birthday, Bridget. Carrot, carrot."
Welcome to the stream, Spit. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Even if your message is confusing me, I did not. Neither I nor Jinxie have anything to do with that. That was the Cure's doing, no doubt. I knew it. You suspect Florin is behind all this. But why? Did he really want Ninetails Vale that badly? Can you think of any reason why? Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenma Taro for a
Spin-Diva
spell.
said, "She's 4 today, making a cake for her."
Oh, one of your children, huh? Well, in that case, happy birthday, Bridget. Happy 4th birthday. May you have many great presents. Looking back, he did seem fixated on Tenma Taro for a spell. Could it be? Perhaps he was attempting to release Tenma Taro. That's crazy. Are you saying that yokai is real? Whatever the case, Tenma Taro brings nothing but pain and misfortune. It's as the superstitions warn. You must not gaze upon him, nor free him from his prison. But how can people actually believe that? Well, at least we know who's behind this whole Tenma Taro thing now. Yeah, and I think we need to have another nice long chat with Mr. LaBelle. Your dinner is ready, your malevolence. An offering to the Demon King. You may place it right there. The kitchen crew poured their heart and soul into making this. Did they now? Souls happen to be a favorite of mine. Just hold the hearts next time. Yes, your malevolence. I'll remember that. How long is he planning to keep up this yokai charade? Well, we've already talked to Mr. Filch and Mayor Tenma, so why don't we go see Florent LaBelle next, now that we know the truth? He won't be able to claim that the Tenma Taro was Jinxie or the mayor anymore. But the real question is, how are we going to get him to admit it was him? Now let's practice that again, Filchy, from the top. Mr. LaBelle was in the foyer at the time of the crime, and when we heard a scream. Heck, what was the next part again? You have the memory capacity of a flea. This is the 30th time, you know? Now 100 times more and we're done. What on earth are they practicing? I ain't cut out for this. Oopsie daisy. Begging your pardon, Mr. LaBelle, sir. It's just all this practice. Unbelievable. What if you had soiled my outfit with those grubby paws of yours? Did Filch LaBelle's ball just now? So, what do you think they're up to this time, Apollo? Oh, it's you two. Eavesdropping, are we? You peasants are so tacky. Well, what do you want with me? Your confession to being the Tenma Taro imposter would be nice right about now. Mr. Filch filled me in on the conversation you two had, and about how you told him not to say a word about seeing Tenma Taro. Filchy, you fool. I told you nothing good would come of you running your mouth. So why did you want to keep Mr. Filch quiet like that, Mr. LaBelle? Why, to protect darling little Jinxie, of course. But Jinxie was never feeling possessed. She was sleepwalking. Being asleep at the time, she couldn't have been unconsciously trying to protect the mayor. That also means she couldn't have possibly been Tenma Taro. Interesting. But where are you going with this? Since you asked so politely, I believe you have a different reason for trying to keep Mr. Filch quiet. That reason would be to deflect doubt away from the one who is really Tenma Taro. Now this is getting interesting. Are you insinuating that I'm Tenma Taro? So sorry to disappoint, but I'm nothing of the sort. That's right, Mr. LaBelle even told me. Taro was the Jinx, so why would he? I said Tenma Taro was Jinxie, you fool. Honestly, you have the memory capacity of a flea. Practice it 100 more times. So, have you been called to testify tomorrow? Yes, and I'm so looking forward to my courtroom debut. But you'll just have to wait until then. I'll be waiting, with a special piece of evidence I've been saving just for you. Filchy, wake up, you lazy bones. What? Was I sleeping? Must have been that sweet cologne of yours, Mr. LaBelle. Made me quite sleepy, it did. Well, it's time for your lesson on what to do and say tomorrow. I'm begging you, not another lesson. I ain't cut out for this thinking and remembering stuff. Right up this nozzle. Keep quiet and do exactly as I say. Please, anything but another lesson. There they go. Missed our chance to get the truth out of him. Yeah, but we'll get the proof we need in court tomorrow, one way or another. All that's left now is that lie Jinxie told. We had better go clear that up before tomorrow. You think they're done questioning Jinxie? Maybe. Let's see if she's over on Yokai Lane shopping for more charms. A cursed nine-tailed fox, the time for settling the score is nigh. My grudge has but festered over time. At last vengeance will be mine. She must be possessed, sleepwalking again. Maybe if I speak softly, I won't startle her and get a charm plastered on my forehead. Jinxie? Hello, Mr. Demon Lawyer. My charms must have fallen off again. Guess I can avoid a charm slap by throwing down my swords of steel. Are they done questioning you, Jinxie? And on the way back, I stopped here to buy a new charm that was just released. Which one? The one with the nine-tailed fox and Timataro. It shows them dancing together. Really? Two bitter rivals dancing together? It's a charm for rebuilding burnt bridges. Right, for the municipal merger issue. No, it's for the demon lawyer and the insomniac prosecutor. It'll stop you two from fighting like you did in court this morning. We weren't fighting, it was just a spirited debate. It's what we lawyers know, fighting. Charm slapped again. Apollo, if you're done playing around, let's find out what she was lying about. Jinxie, it seems you're starting to remember things. You already said the feathers and cracks weren't there when you discovered the crime. Have you remembered anything else that seems important? Like what? Tell us what you saw that day. Maybe you'll remember something else this time. When I opened the door, Papa and Ultraman Cubi were collapsed in the fox chamber. That's when Papa told me to call an ambulance and the police. That's all he said before he passed out in the chair. I knew it. She's holding something back.
Gotcha!
You were very nervous when you said, "That's all he said," weren't you? I know, because I saw your fingers move, as if you were going to slap someone with a charm. Listen to me, Jinxie. This is very important. Did Mayor Tenma say anything else to you? It was nothing. He was just talking in his sleep. Talking in his sleep. So you admit that he did say something else. How could you tell? Only a demon could have such powers. Like I said, he was just talking in his sleep. I mean, why else would Papa say something like that? Could you be a little more specific? Before he fainted, he said, "Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed Ultraman Cubi." He said what? The mayor actually confessed to the crime. But he didn't mean it. He couldn't possibly have known that what he was saying. He was probably possessed, or maybe he was in the middle of a nightmare. A nightmare? No, this is a nightmare. This is one statement I wish I had never heard. What in the world are we going to do now? Return to the basics. That's right. Always believe in your client, no matter what happens. That is a lawyer's greatest and most trusted weapon. Right. Just believe in my client, even if all I can see ahead is darkness and despair. Jinxie, does Prosecutor Blackquill know about your father's confession? I didn't mention it when he was questioning me. I mean, there's no way Papa's the killer. Why would the mayor confess like that? Could he really have been dreaming, or simply delirious? Who knows? I sure feel like I'm in a living nightmare right now. Apollo, what are we going to do about tomorrow's trial? The crime scene was locked tight until Jinxie arrived, and our clients even confessed. Not only that, Jinxie has been accused of planting the yokai evidence. Both the mayor and Jinxie are going to prison if we don't do something. I know. Well, let's see here. Our lack of a third party in the locked room is a major problem. Jinxie has testified that when she first opened the door, Alderman Cubi and Mayor Tinma were the only people she saw in the Fox chamber, but the real killer must have been hiding in there as well. Considering the room was locked tight, that's the only logical explanation. Our mystery person must have then fled the Fox chamber when it was open, and that's when Jinxie saw what she thought was Tenma Taro. But Papa and the Ultraman were the only people there. I didn't see anyone else. What's going on here? LaBelle's extremely pale, but he's far from transparent. So just how did he hide himself at the scene of the crime? Whatever it takes in court tomorrow, Apollo. We have to take down that dirty, rotten Tenma Taro Florent LaBelle. Right. We'll get him with legal exorcism, justice style. Court is back in session for the trial of Damien Tenma. Apollo Justice, defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. Athena Sykes, assistant defender, is ready, to Your Honor. Je suis prêt. Je suis prêt.
Je suis prêt.
Je suis prêt. Okay. I'm ready. Je suis prêt. As chipper as ever I see, and in French no less, in the prosecution. Very well then. By the way, I asked Detective Fulbright to provide sturdier shackles today. There will be no more of your funny business this time, Prosecutor Blackquill. Now your opening statement, if you would. I believe a standard procedure for the prosecution to handle it. Looks like the judge is really drinking it today. He probably realized how Black Quill played him. That was one mean game, Simon says. Yeah, his honor has to fight within his honor today. Your baldness. It's plain to see that you've always dreamed of delivering an epic opening statement. I have. I don't know if I would say that. Why, of course you have. I saw it in your eyes the last time you gave the opening statement. That was the look of one who yearns deeply for the thrill of an epic opening statement. For decades now, you have been watching opening statements from your bench. They were the crown jewels of the court, the one thing you could not possess. The crown jewels of the court. Now at long last they are within your grasp. How could you possibly refuse? So you don't mind if I do it then? I'll make a special exception, just this once. Here we go again. More of Black Quill's mind games. Well, in that case, I think I might go ahead and make the opening statement myself. In yesterday's session, we learned the shocking truth that the victim Ultraman Rex Cubi was the Amazing Ninetales. We also learned that the Amazing Ninetales was a key figure in the yokai craze and anti-merger protests. It was further revealed that upon learning Rex Cubi's secret identity, Mayor Damien Tenma murdered him. The fact that the crime took place in a tightly locked room was also brought to light, and the only people in that tightly locked room were the defendant and victim. The defense proposed the existence of a hypothetical third party, but further investigation revealed no proof of a third party who had escaped the room. Ergo, we must conclude that the evidence against the defendant is, well, conclusive. Did I say something wrong? That was quite astonishing. You've truly outdone yourself this time. One more thing to boast about to my grandchild. Well, this was not an unexpected turn of events. Now then, it seems the prosecution has called a new witness to testify. The inexplicable yokai evidence left at the scene of the crime. Well, does that not demand some sort of explanation? The feathers and tracks. Weren't those left by the mayor while he was possessed? That was but an act to protect his daughter. Yes, of course, I had suspected as much. Wait, did he actually believe the mayor's award-winning performance? His daughter was the one who planted the yokai evidence. Ergo, the true identity of the yokai in the manor was the mayor's maid, Jinxie Tenma. Ha! Stupid fly, die!
Objection!
The prosecution is engaging in mere conjecture. Would you care for some witness testimony then? For I am ready to prove that the little scamp is the one behind the Tenma Taro farce. Witness testimony. I'll bet he meets Filch and that creep LaBelle. Very well then. David, would you bring in the first witness? Mr. Filch, you made quite the hasty exit yesterday. See that doesn't happen again today. Been known for my hasty retreat since I was a kid. Bit of a trademark o' mine. Indeed, you managed to give a couple of 5 bailiffs the slip. Like those amateurs could ever nab me. Perhaps we should shackle you by the neck. That would keep you in place. No, please, I'm liable to rip my own head off if I start running. Your statement. Now, Yes, sir, Mr. Blackhead, sir. He may be a hasty retreat, but there's no escaping Prosecutor Blackquill. Yeah, Blackquill doesn't strike me as a give-up-easy type. Now then, Mr. Filch, your testimony, please. Specifically, the true nature of the yokai you saw in the manor shortly after the crime. Tenma Tara's really that little maid gal. Ain't no doubt about it. I mean, the Tenma Tara I saw was just a little thing about her size. But the little runt had a big old staff. I seen it when she came into the foyer. Betcha she stole it from the Forbidden Chamber after stumbling on the crime scene. She was going to use it to walt me on account of my fierce reputation. I just know it. So, Tenma Tara was short in stature, and that's because it was Miss Jinxie Tenma all along. You betcha. Besides, all the rest in the manor were way taller than her. Feigning height is but an easy thing. But a big ox like the defendant could never pass for short. What if the Tenma Tara impersonator was walking on their knees? Weren't no knee walking, I seen it myself. Then perhaps that yokai really was Miss Tenma after all. All monsters are not but tricks, either of the mind or the cheap parlor variety. You're saying she created an illusion, like one of those magical eye things. Precisely. Human senses are easily deceived. Take the fellow in the cell next to me. Each night he cries and screams about some ghost he thinks he sees. But in truth, it was simply the janitor. Prosecutor Blackquill just gave up the ghost, literally. The janitor's deathly complexion and all-white attire are, no doubt, partially to blame. That and the fact that he constantly mutters about taking vengeance for this or that. That actually sounds like a real ghost to me. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Objection!
It would seem that Tenma Tara was, in fact, not this innocent little girl. How you figure that? You claimed the Tenma Tara you saw had one of those staves from the Forbidden Chamber, but it would have been impossible for Miss Tenma to get a hold of one. Care to elaborate, Mr. Justice? The mayor swallowed his key shortly after the murder. He wanted to keep the killer out of the Forbidden Chamber. What's this? This key was deep in the mayor's stomach when Miss Tenma discovered the crime scene. So you see, it would have been impossible for her to get into the Forbidden Chamber. In short, the Tenma Tara seen holding that staff could not have been Jinxie Tenma. What?
Spin Dash Diva said, chocolate cake smells good.
Ooh, chocolate cake. I do love chocolate cake. It always does smell so good. I hope you guys enjoy that immensely. But then who does the defense believe was impersonating Tenma Tara? Our Tenma Tara impersonator is none other than Mayor Tenma's aide. Such accusations beg evidence. Aside from his ghastly appearance, can you prove he is the yokai we seek? Yes, in fact, I can. Very well. Let's see where the defense is going with this. Mr. Justice, please show us proof as to the true identity of the Timataro impersonator.
Spin-Diva said, I'm baking while I'm baked lolololo. Oh Jesus, the outfits are getting more and more outlandish.
They really are, aren't they? And please be careful while baking while baked. The last thing we need is something getting burned, either the cake or the house. Just feel like I should say that because it's important to make sure you stay safe. And have you seen LaBelle yet? LaBelle's outfit is extra outrageous. He has giant shoulder pads, and his shoulder pads have cell phones on them. So whenever he answers a phone call, he can just
Spin-Diva
lean over.
said, I got this. Yup, I did.
Yeah, he's pretty crazy looking. Okay. True identity, handpick.
Take that!
We found this hand cream in the Forbidden Chamber. And we know that when whoever was Timataro took one of the slaves out of there. In short, I believe whoever this hand cream belongs to is the yokai impersonator we're looking for. But Mr. Justice, how do you propose to identify the hand cream's owner? I'm glad you asked, Your Honor. The defense requests a fingerprint analysis on this piece of evidence. It might tell us who it belongs to. Interesting. So you expect to find the yokai's place there? Very well. I hereby call a short recess while we wait for the fingerprint results. No need for that, Your Baldness. We have the prints of everyone at the manor that day. You call Prosecutor Blackquill? Could anyone be more whipped? Fulbright analyzes for prints. You have 3 minutes. Your wish is my command. Very well then. I guess we'll just wait right here. It would seem the fingerprint analysis is complete. What do the results show? What in the world? They're Florent LaBelle's prints, aren't they? This is absurd. Prosecutor Blackquill, I'm not going to like this, am I? Don't tell me they're Timataro's prints. Fingerprint analysis has revealed that the prints belong to Phineas Filch. What?
Objection!
Wait, what? What? Then Mr. LaBelle wasn't the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber.
Objection!
Why, you tricksy little Tanuki, explain yourself now. Sure, the them prints are mine. I mean, I did pilfer that hand cream from Mr. LaBelle after all. So you're the one who entered the Forbidden Chamber. So what if I did? Got a problem with it? You fool of a Tanuki. Order. Mr. Justice, care to explain what this could mean? Excellent question. The fact that Mr. Filch was in the Forbidden Chamber. Wait a second. Does this mean the Tin Mataro holding that staff was Phineas Filch? Another cat out of the bag. Mr. Filch is Tin Mataro? I don't understand. Does this mean Mr. Filch is the real killer? The witness will explain himself this instant.
Spin-Diva said, "Aha, Scooby-Doo."
Yep, he done got caught, and that's why he didn't see in the foyer Tin Mataro, because he was Tin Mataro, and he just took off the outfit in the booth, I guess. Begging your pardon, your honorship, but I was just doing what the older man told me. He wanted me to be Tin Mataro in the village exorcism ritual. You mean that event at the Ninetales Vale Festival. So that was you
Stream
inside the Tin
Elements
Mataro costume.
"Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
And after the event, I went to watch that pro wrestling program. But it bored me to tears on account of the wrestlers being complete jobbers. So he didn't actually watch the entire wrestling match. That's when I looked at the Tin Mataro costume and got a great idea. Nobody can tell it's me while I'm wearing it. And because of them superstitions, no matter what I do, the villages won't say a word. In other words, you use superstitions to effectively render yourself invisible. Why did you want to enter the Forbidden Chamber in the first place? Because of the treasure there. Thought that was my big chance to sneak in and nab it. Treasure. Only that it's the greatest get rich quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. He went in there not knowing his grandfather had already pilfered it. Guess that's one tale that didn't get passed down from Grandpappy to grandson. Wait, how exactly did you get into the Forbidden Chamber? There was a meeting in the Fox Chamber that day. Plus, the mayor swallowed the only key that could open the Forbidden Chamber's door. You couldn't have possibly gotten
Spin-Diva
in.
said, "Cake is done, and it's gorgeous. Carrot, carrot."
That sounds fantastic. Yummy, yummy, yummy cake. I could through the air vent in the foyer. The vents left of the alderman's picture. I went on in and made a nice little hole. Used that to get into the air duct that leads to the Forbidden Chamber, I did. You what? But how's that even possible? Wait a sec. Remember that air vent in the Forbidden Chamber? So Mr. Filch found a way to get into that air duct. And that's how he got from the foyer vent to the Forbidden Chamber vent. So Tin Mataro was nothing more than a cat burglar, or rather a Tanuki burglar, and we're back to being without anyone to charge for the older man's murder. Looks like our so-called yokai is nothing more than one big troublemaker. Tell me, Mr. Filch, what did you do after fleeing to the foyer? I got out of that costume right quick. Would have just caused trouble at that point. And where is that costume now? Heck if I know, and it ain't my fault if you never find it. The police searched every nook and cranny. No yokai costume was left in that manor. What if it was tossed outside the manor? No way, but maybe, just maybe. The defense seems to have hit upon an idea. Well, go on, Mr. Justice. Okay, here's what I think. Mr. Filch, did you get rid of the costume here?
Take
Did you toss it out the window? Because that would certainly explain why it didn't turn up inside the manor. You think I tossed it out the window? That costume cost me a pretty penny. So why would I do something like that? I can think of a few reasons. Any bright ideas, Apollo? Well, assuming the costume really was tossed out from the window, then the next question would be, what happened to it after that? And if I'm right, I might have just the thing to prove what happened to the costume. Phineas Filch, I have just the evidence for you. You do? This evidence proves you got rid of your Tenma Taro costume through the window.
Take that!
That's Tenma Taro flying through the sky. And just how does this prove that Mr. Filch threw his costume out the window? It's quite simple. That's not Tenma Taro in the photo. It's the costume Mr. Filch threw out. That's crazy talk. You ain't serious, are ya? There's a steep cliff right outside the foyer window, meaning the manor is pretty high up. The costume flew through the air after it was tossed out. That's when the photo was taken. In other words, the photo of Tenma Taro really was a flight of fancy. So there really never was a yokai. I can't keep any of them cats back.
Spin
Can I
dash
still
diva.
file a claim
Said. Got him.
for the lost costume? This more than proves the defense's position. Jinxie Tenma had nothing to do with staging the yokai sighting. Care to raise any objections, Prosecutor Blackquill? None whatsoever. I'll deal with that Trixie Tanuki after I've dealt with this case. We did it. Good going. Now all we have to do is make Florent LaBelle take the
Objection!
stand. Sheathing the sword a bit early, are we not? Nothing has been proven beyond a doubt. Take this tricksy little Tanuki for instance. How do you suppose he was able to exit the Forbidden Chamber? Probably the same way he got in, through the chamber's air vent. And what if the feathers and tracks at the scene of the crime? They would suggest that the Tanuki exited through the chamber door, not the air vent.
Objection!
But the Forbidden Chamber doesn't open from the inside, so what you're saying makes no sense, right? Someone on the outside opened the door for you, isn't that right? Yep, that's right, Mr. Blackjack. The door suddenly sprung right open. Sprung right open. Who was on the other side? Didn't get a good look on account of the sudden glare. Like how the reflection from my head blinds fellow moviegoers emerging from the dark. That's when I snatched that staff and made my daring escape. And then that little maid gal spotted me as I hightailed it down the hall. That means the Forbidden Chamber wasn't open until after the crime was discovered. But wait, we still don't know who opened it. Maybe there really was a third person in the Fox Chamber.
Objection!
Well, you little Tanuki, when the Forbidden Chamber opened, did you see the accused passed out there? Nope. Only one there was the alderman, and he was dead as a doornail. If the accused wasn't there, what do you suppose he was up to? I don't like where this is going. Don't tell me. Plainly, the only one who could have opened the Forbidden Chamber was the accused, Damien Tenma. Wait a second. There had to be somebody else besides Mayor Tenma there. Really? And who might that be? Well, that would be...
Objection!
It seems our feisty little ass has forgotten the most important thing. Evidence. I didn't forget. I was just testing your attention to details. Miss Sykes, you can't prove your point without proof of some sort. It's a proven fact. Sorry. Guess I put my foot in my mouth again. No, Athena. We're definitely onto something here. We are? Think about it. If Filch was stuck inside the Forbidden Chamber, one of the alibis we heard would no longer hold any water. The defense would likely call a new witness to the stand, someone who knew Mr. Filch was stuck in the Forbidden Chamber, and by virtue of knowing this, has an alibi that no longer adds up. Not that insufferable. Very well. The court will hear what Mr. Justice has to say. Whose alibi no longer adds up?
Take that!
Why, that's the defendant's aide, Florent Labelle. Didn't he claim to be in the foyer at the time of the crime? True, but in his alibi he also claimed Mr. Filch was in the foyer too. However, as we all know now, Mr. Filch was not there with Mr. Labelle at that time. In short, Mr. Labelle's alibi has disappeared. Florent Labelle's alibi was one big lie. Isn't that right, Mr. Filch? I reckon there ain't no keeping that cat in the bag here, neither. It was all Mr. Labelle's idea. He told me he'd button his lip about me breaking into the Forbidden Chamber, and in return he said we would vouch for each other's alibi. Shame on you, Mr. Filch. Perjury is a serious crime, you know? Shucks. Mercy, your honorship, mercy. I also assert that the person who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch was none other than Florent Labelle. After all, his alibi has just been proven to be a complete fabrication. I see. We will take a 20-minute recess, after which time we will see what Mr. Labelle has to say for himself. We're finally going to drag that slippery snake onto the stand. In the meantime, the prosecution will question Mr. Labelle about these new allegations. We did it, Apollo. We finally dragged Mr. Labelle into court. By the long face. I can't help but feel I'm missing something important. Prosecutor Blackwell is bound to mount a counterattack. You really are a worrywart, aren't you? It'll be fine. That mystery figure who opened the Forbidden Chamber for Mr. Filch had to have been Florent Labelle. I know, but that's not what's bugging me. I wish I could put my finger on it though. At any rate, the big showdown with Mr. Labelle is up next, so chin up, Apollo. Court is back in session. Our next witness is... Yes, I'm acting on behalf of the mayor in this very important matter. It seems the witness is predisposed at the moment. Surely you jest. I will hold you to your promise. Remember that. Oh, my deepest apologies. This is Florent Labelle, personal aide to Mayor Tenma, or should I say the accused. Like the poor mayor hasn't suffered enough. Well, what business do you have with me? I'm a very busy man, so let's make this as brief as possible.
Spin Dash Diva said. He looks like a gay joker.
Yeah, he kinda does, doesn't he? Your boldness. Right. Mr. Filch's testimony has revealed a hole in your alibi, and for this reason, you're suspected of having some sort of connection with the case at hand. To think I would be associated with this entirely learned affair. Well, I'm not, so may I go now? And it doesn't help that he also has that spray, right? Isn't that a Joker thing? I'm not, completely familiar with Joker, but doesn't he have that lunatic poison?
Spin Dash Diva said. Yeah.
Yeah, he even has a spray bottle. Well, I'm not, so may I go now? I have very important matters to attend to.
Objection!
I don't think so, Mr. LaBelle. Do you realize what a serious crime you've committed? Witness, you are being accused of perjury. This is your chance to clear the air. Fine. The truth is, I faked my alibi for a very good reason. The mayor was obviously the killer, so I created a fake alibi to confuse the matter. You see, as his personal aide, I felt I had to protect him. Sorry. You think this is funny? Without your alibi, you're a suspect too. What were you really doing at the time of the crime? Peasant, how dare you accuse me, one of the beautiful people? Stop stalling and tell the court what you were really doing at the time of the crime.
Silence!
Enough jabbering. Swords have been drawn. The time for talk is past. Swords? What swords? This is a duel to the death. The fate of the accused rests in our hands. Begone, ye of cowardly heart. The battlefield hath no place for ye. Again. Oh my. Spare me, please. So much for sturdier shackles. Those chains hindered my bow, that heads would roll this day. This gives keeping your head on in court a whole new meaning. Will the witness please deliver the accused death knell? You know of what I speak. Most certainly. His goose is already cooked. Time to stick a fork in him.
Spin Dash Diva said. He's got a feather in his mouth. That's how you get bird flu, bro.
It is, isn't it? And it has been going around. At least last I heard. Whatever he has to say can't be good. As I told Prosecutor Blackwell during the recess, I brushed right over to the box chamber where I heard little Jinxie scream. Although it's not really the bird flu anymore, is it? I mean, considering how many cows have gotten it at this point. What? Then, drumroll, please. I saw Mayor Kimna opening the forbidden chamber doors. But, there you have it. The mystery man who opened the chamber door, as witnessed by one Phineas Filch. It was the accused. There was never any third party. That's not all. I heard something quite startling there at the scene of the crime. Startling sounds bad. The mayor, who was barely conscious, muttered this. Forgive me, Jinxie. I killed the altar man. That's right. The mayor actually confessed to the murder right then and there.
Spin Dash Diva said. Mr. Dash is sexy. He gon' get it when he gets who? XD,
Oh
XD,
my,
XD.
oh my. He's going to get jumped. Maybe I should warn him. Or maybe not. Order, order in the court. This is quite conclusive testimony if it stands. Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add. So I guess it's not just Bridget that's getting a birthday present, huh? Is that what you're going for there? Just so, and quite astonishing, I might add.
Said, no, it's a surprise.
A surprise. I only learned of this fact during the recess. I just love surprises, don't you? That's why I saved the best for last. Consider it a gift from me to you. No way. I don't believe Mr. Lavelle heard the mayor confess. But is this really true? Did Mayor Tinma really confess? It is indeed. During that last recess, I confirmed it with the mayor's daughter. It would seem Mayor Tinma actually did confess. That testimony is quite favorable to the prosecutions. This is Lavelle. Yes, I called earlier about the party reservations. That's right, and I'll be calling my little shindig Mayor Tinma's Conviction Gala. A splendid time is guaranteed for all but the mayor and his defense. Well, as it seems our witness is a very busy man, let's get right to his testimony. Mr. Lavelle, please tell us what you saw when you came upon the scene of the crime.
Spin-Diva said, I'm bleeding. I scratched a scab off accidentally.
Oh no. Hopefully you're not bleeding too much. Hopefully you don't get any infections in that open wound. Please stay safe, friend. I was in the hallway hiding in the shadows. That's when I heard the confession. Upon learning of her father's crime, Little Jinxie fled without ever noticing me. Immediately after that, the mayor came to, stood up, and opened the forbidden chamber. As I ran in terror, the demon emerged from his prison.
Spin-Diva said, nah, I'm a drink DA blood. Yum.
Well, I have heard that is a great source of iron, so if you got any sort of iron deficiency, that might be a good idea. And it's not like it didn't come from you already, right? Just maybe don't drink other people's blood.
Spin-Diva said, I'm a vampire.
Well, if that's the case, feel free to turn me into a vampire. I would love to live forever. In shock, I fled down the hallway to my right, to the one with the phone at the end. I must say, this is a shocking revelation. Quite unexpected. To think the defendant actually confessed then and there to his crime. Perhaps the guilt was too much to bear, so he confided in his daughter.
Said, careful what you ask for.
Oh no, I know exactly what I'm asking for. I would love to be immortal, and if I have to snack on somebody every now and then such is the price of greatness. You do realize you should not have withheld such crucial testimony from the court. Once again, sorry. It's just I feared being accused if I mentioned coming upon that most unpleasant scene. Why did the mayor's confession have to be brought up by this guy? We better do something before the judge declares the mayor guilty. As a death row inmate once told me in years gone by, there is a time to fight and a time to yield, a time to live and a time to die. He's laying it on real thick now. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Spin-Diva said, bro, a lie is a lie. You get caught lying in court, that's perjury.
Objection!
Florent LaBelle, you're lying about having witnessed these events from the hallway. What on earth do you mean? Yes, care to fill in the rest of us, Mr. Justice? If Mr. LaBelle had really fled down into the hall with the phone in it, he would have crossed paths with Miss Tinma. What's this? After she discovered the crime scene, she immediately went to call the police. Then, after making her call, she went back to the main hallway, whereupon she encountered the demon, yokai, or whatever you want to call it. As for me, I call it Phineas Filch in a Tenma Taro costume. The encounter happened right here, where the hallways meet. As for Mr. LaBelle, if he had fled here, feigning escape from the yokai imposter, why yes, the two would have crossed paths. Right, except Miss Tinma told us that there was no one else in the hall. In short, Miss Tinma did not see you in the hall because you were never really there. My eyes, my beautiful eyes. Not such a fabulous scent now, is it? But Mr. Justice, the witness also stated that he heard the mayor confess. If he was lying about hearing the
Stream
confession from the
elements.
hall,
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
then where was he when he heard it? Inside the Fox chamber, where else? But isn't that within the very crime scene? It is, Your Honor, and that means he's not really a witness. Rather, he's the third party I've been alleging this whole time. What? You think I'm the killer? How dare you?
Silence!
Foolish fop. A true man knows when he is beaten. A shield of lies comes to naught before a foe with a sword of truth bared. The prosecutor Blackwell, what are you? I thought we were on the same side. You are mistaken. There are no sides here, save for my cold, steely edge of judgment. You are alone upon this battlefield, with naught but your lies and sickly sweet perfume. What just happened? Blackwell's really tearing into him. You heard the mayor's confession from the inside, did you not, you deviant dandy? For the sole location from which you could have seen and heard from the mayor and the Tanuki, without either of them noticing you were right there in the Fox chamber. Oh my, so that's how it's going to be. Fine, I'll come clean then. Seriously? You admit to being there in the Fox chamber? I do. I did enter the room after the murder, but I was afraid of being falsely accused, so I lied about it. I feel terrible about lying like that, but it's a verbal cologne I use to protect myself. You had better explain yourself, Mr. LaBelle. Yes, of course. I was just about to get to that. The witness escaped on thin ice. I'll remind you that perjury is a very serious crime. Now, let's hear your testimony again, this time without your perfume of lies. I did enter the Fox chamber after the murder, but I didn't enter until after Tracy had heard the confession and left. I heard the mayor groan and hid behind the folding screen there. What I saw there up close was absolutely horrifying. So you see, I was there, but merely watching from behind the screen. From behind the screen. Why yes, I believe you wouldn't be spotted if you were there. Just so, he could see everything without being spied by the victim or that Tanuki Filch. Suffice to say, he was a mere witness to the events, rather than an actual third party. This guy's as slippery as an eel. Apollo, You think he's telling the truth. Well, he was in the fox chamber, so at least that much must be true. The defense may cross-examine our slightly voyeuristic witness.
Hold it!
Could you describe the crime scene in a bit more detail? And what exactly would you like details about? Well, what I would like to ask you about is... could you describe the state of the weapons that have been used at the scene? The spear had been thrust all the way through Alderman's cube eye. Then there was that statue the Alderman used to bludgeon Mayor Timma. That incredibly inspiring symbol had fallen to the floor. Right, the statue, but why would he find it inspiring? Why exactly did you find the statue inspiring? Well, when I saw that statue, I felt as if the murder had been realized. It was like a celebration of union between town and village, an inspiring symbol of goodwill. A broken statue next to a bloody corpse. Real inspiring. Well, Mr. Justice, do you consider his statement to be of any importance? Is it important? I believe that to be extremely important. I request that it be added to the testimony.
Objection!
Your lies have finally betrayed you, Mr. Lavelle. What possibly could you mean? You said the statue was like a celebration of union between town and village. Isn't that correct? It is indeed, but what of it? The two yokai are joining hands in goodwill, as if they were celebrating the municipal merger. Something the matter? So how did you really know that the statue was meant to be a symbol of goodwill again? What? Justice Dono, explain yourself, and make it quick. The statue was meant to symbolize goodwill in its original form, but that was a secret. A secret? Whatever do you mean? What I mean is that it broke when someone used it to strike Mayor Timma on the head. What's mapped clearly makes it look like the two yokai are battling it out. The statue's secret and its true form were lost inside that locked room. For Miss Timma is the only living soul who should know what it once looked like. So, Mr. Lavelle, where could you have possibly seen the statue in its original form? What do you mean, where? The only possible answer is this. You saw the statue in its original form, right there in the room where the alderman was murdered before it was broken. How dare you? Well, Mr. Justice, are you accusing the witness of some sort of crime? Yes, I am. Florent Lavelle, I accuse you of the murder of Alderman Rex Cubi. Order. Mr. Lavelle, you've been accused of murder. Do you have anything to say in your defense? How could you possibly accuse me, the embodiment of beauty? Way to go, Apollo. This is the conclusive evidence we needed. Magnifico. We've got you now. We know you killed the alderman. Now admit it. I.
Silence.
Enough of your silly games, Justice Dono. This prancing peacock could not possibly be the killer.
Objection!
What are you talking about? His alibi has already been crumbled to dust. And I just proved that he was in the Fox chamber while it was still locked tight.
Silence.
Why could he have not seen the statue in its true form before the murder? After all, he was close friends with the older man. Ergo. Yes, that's right. I clearly remember it now. Alderman Cubi told me about it. Phone? The heck are you doing, bruh? That moment when your phone is just being weird. About what the statue actually looked like. I mean, he was a good friend of mine.
Objection!
Yeah, right. He wouldn't show you a secret gift just like that.
Silence.
Spin Dash
Moreover,
Diva
as already been
said,
proven,
Mr. Dash says I gotta wait. He hasn't had his Cialis yet.
see Alice? I don't know what that is. Well, if you must wait, you must wait. All good things come with a bit of waiting, right? Makes it even more fun once you experience that anticipation. Moreover, as already been proven that he was not present at the scene of the crime. It has.
Spin Dash Diva said, a type of Viagra.
Oh. Forgotten happily. Recall the little scamp statement, if you will.
Spin Dash Diva said, why does he have shackles?
Because he is a convicted murderer. Why a convicted murderer is being the prosecutor? Do not ask me, but he is in shackles because he is a convicted murderer. He is actually serving jail time. Forgotten happily, recall the little scamp statement, if you will. When Jinxie Tenma unlocked the Fox chamber, she saw the alderman and the mayor collapse therein, and no one else. Dang it. The fact is, it was you two who made that apparent in yesterday's court session. Thus, Laurent LaBelle could not possibly have been in that locked room.
Spin Dash Diva said, serving jail time by serving his community as a volunteer prosecutor.
I just don't get it. How could Jinxie not have seen LaBelle? The proof is incontrovertible. No room for debate exists. Am I not right, your baldness? It does seem awfully conclusive. The facts point to the defendant and victim being the only people in that locked room. Moreover, the defendant has already confessed.
Objection! Silence.
You cannot defend the indefensible. Your role in this charade is over, Justice Dono. But, your baldness. This trial would last an eternity if we were to keep crossing blades with these simpletons. It is high time you brought down the hammer of justice. A point well made. I believe it's time to declare a verdict. This court finds the defendant Damien Tenma It would seem that my time is at hand. The Mayor Tenma, Counselor, there's a matter to which I must testify. I recall it now only for your good graces. The Counselor, right, he must mean me, as he finally remembered what happened before that blow to his head. Bailiff, don't just stand there. Seize him. It's no good. I can't restrain him. Know me and despair, for I am Tenmataro, Demon Lord of the Yokai. Mr. Justice, do something. Since when am I responsible for port security? Apollo, this is our chance. We might get some new information out of them. Your Honor, seeing as our client has something new to say, I believe due process demands that we hear him out, even if he is a yokai. When you put it that way. Still, I believe testimony by a yokai is unprecedented in the legal world. Unprecedented in absurdity, more like. Alright then, Mr. Damien Tenma, or should I say Mr. Tenmataro, your testimony, please. I shall now speak of recollections most real, courtesy of my host Damien Tenma. Heed these words, mortals, for hear them but once you shall. Barely conscious was Damien there amid the darkness. Suddenly 2 yokai did appear. On one side, I, Tenmataro, ruler of demonkind, and on the other, my mortal enemy, the nine-tailed fox. So is the defendant asserting that the room he was in was very dark at the time? Strange as it may be, yes, indeed, all was in darkness. And the part about Tenmataro and the nine-tailed fox being there. Yes, that too. Tenmataro towered overhead, and the nine-tailed fox glittered gold. I call animal abuse, Your Honor. It would seem the defendant's recollections are not to be trusted. Yes, well, truth be told, my host's recollections are still a bit fuzzy, as if half-dreamt that happening lingers in his mind. Apollo, maybe I can help here. Really? You mean? Yeah, I can hear it, the discord in his heart. I sense an unusual emotion in the mayor's memory of the event. Okay, I just hope our findings don't come back to haunt us again.
Dragon Sakata said, just wanted to come say hi since Imbuta go to war with the rebels.
Hello, Sakata. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I do hope your war goes well. May victory smile on you.
Dragon Sakata said, for democracy.
It sounds like the mayor saw the same thing as was shown on that scroll. What's with those Tenmas and their yokai vision? I think it's sweet how father and daughter can share something like that. I don't think a shared nightmare really qualifies as sweet. Anyway, all I need to do is point out an unnatural reaction. Like last time. Right, look for places where an emotion conflicts with the testimony. That conflict usually indicates a thought or emotion that is being suppressed.
Got it!
When the nine-tailed fox appeared, you not only experienced shock and sadness, but also something like joy as well. Joy. Perhaps it was joy at the light coming to my eyes at long. A long and terrible creaking did pierce the silence, and then there was light. On reflection, it was a door that did produce that infernal racket. A creaking door. You must be talking about the Forbidden Chamber door. It makes a lot of noise. So this means the Forbidden Chamber really was open, and Harry Potter got bitten by a basilisk. But what about the sudden light he described? I think I know. He mentioned darkness and Timataro towering overhead. Maybe the mayor wasn't really in the Fox Chamber at the time of the crime. Mr. Mayor, did the darkness that you're in happen to be here?
Take that!
The Forbidden Chamber. Was it not the Fox Chamber where the murder did occur? Yes, but it all makes sense if you were in the Forbidden Chamber. That terrible creaking sound was probably the Forbidden Chamber's door opening. And the tower of Timataro you saw? Most likely the Forbidden Chamber statue. Why, yes, that would explain it. The darkness and the staff in the demon's grasp. But even if all that's true, then what about the nine-tailed fox? Maybe he was seeing things, just like Jinxie and her imaginary yokai. Fantastico, Apollo. It's entirely possible. In a groggy, dreamlike state, people can misremember things and events. Misremember, you say? Let me think. I do believe. I remember now. That was not the nine-tailed fox. It was the Amazing Nine-Tails. The Amazing Nine-Tails. At first, this is but a dream, I thought. Now, however, I most clearly do I recall it. Was the Amazing Nine-Tails who did open the Forbidden Chamber's door. I'm sorry I asked. The Amazing Nine-Tails. But that was the victim Alderman Cubi, right? Yeah. Why would he open the Forbidden Chamber? Wasn't he trying to keep it sealed? Never mind that. This is completely new information. Let me enter it and run an update. What do you suppose the Amazing Nine-Tails was up to? Good question. Could he have been trying to free the mayor from the Forbidden Chamber? But why help an enemy like that? Wasn't he opposed to the mayor's murder plan? Well, at least now we know why the room suddenly lit up. Must have been a huge relief for the mayor. I mean, just thinking about being trapped in that pitch black room freaks me out. When the amazing Ninetales opened the chamber, banishing the darkness within, you felt joy, but didn't you also feel shock and sadness? Yes, in the hazy depths of my mind, I do recollect something of that nature. I believe it was the Fiend's Cape of Red, for when I did behold it, a great wave of sadness did inexplicably wash over me. A cape of red. Apollo, we've reduced the noise level, but there's still a little left. Mayor Tenma, why were you sad when you saw the red cape? Why indeed? What could this mean? I guess his memory is still a little spotty. I know because his latest recollection contradicts the evidence. Yeah, it's one of those contradictions that slaps you right across the face. Something as obvious could arise when someone is trying to force a fuzzy memory into a definitive shape. Apollo, I know what you have to do. You need to present evidence that contradicts the image you see. So it's basically the same as the usual cross-examination process. Okay, time to review the evidence. Look out, contradiction, here comes justice.
Objection!
You said the amazing Ninetales cape was red. Are you sure about that? Yes, well, I do believe it was a red cape I saw, but... Mayor Tenma, does this cape look red to you? That certainly does not look red, not even scarlet or crimson either. Nevertheless, upon my liberation, something red did fill my as yet hazy field of view, and I thought to myself, the amazing Ninetales is arrayed in a cape of red. So you mistook that red for something for his cape. Apparently so, and remembering it now brings a great sadness upon me. So the red something probably wasn't a cape after all. Maybe that great sadness he mentioned is what's interfering with his memory. Well, he would have seen the fox chamber behind the amazing Ninetales. What red object could he have seen there that would have been that shocking? I know. Could it have been? Mr. Mayor, was the red thing you saw this?
Take that!
Something red that could produce a deep sadness. Could it be, Mr. Tenema, that what you saw was the older man's blood? Blood? Why, yes, it was blood. It's all coming back to me now. It wasn't a red cape that I saw. It was, lying behind the amazing Ninetales, the older man's bloody body. His noise level is down to 0. I think he's remembered everything now. Does this mean the amazing Ninetales killed Alderman Cubi? But the Alderman was the amazing Ninetales, so how exactly would that work? I asked you first. Well, Mr. Justice, you sure know how to make a complicated matter even more complicated. True, but at the time of the crime, our client was in the Forbidden Chamber. Moreover,
Silence!
boy, don't you think this strange? The little scamp has already confirmed her father to be in the Fox Chamber, but she said not about seeing the amazing Ninetales there. You just had to bring that up, didn't you? Jinxie didn't see LaBelle there either. It's so weird. Who really was in that room then? Would the defense care to share any theories with the court? Can you explain the inconsistency between the defendant's testimony and his daughter's? Yes, of course, I can explain it, because if I don't, we're in serious trouble. Not with more of your bluffs and fairy tales, I trust. Fair warning, Justice Dono. I shall have your head if you fail to explain this. What about a good old-fashioned penalty? Well, Mr. Justice, let's see if you have a head worth keeping on your shoulders. First of all, Mr. LaBelle was definitely in the Fox Chamber while it was locked. We also know that Mayor Tenma was in the Forbidden Chamber based on his testimony. These two facts are crucial to my explanation. So, let us consider the following question. If the facts point to Florent LaBelle and the victim being there at the scene, why did Jinxie Tenma see the victim and her father, Mayor Tenma? A very good question indeed, and I suppose you have an answer for us. Sadly, you would be supposing wrong. You think she could have mistaken LaBelle for the mayor? Well, if she did, the question is, why did she do that? Well, how about that explanation, Mr. Justice? I believe the time for questions is over. The defense asserts that Florent LaBelle was at the scene of the crime. However, Jinxie Tenma has testified that she saw her father collapse there. If she has in fact misremembered the event, which could have made her do so, the figure Miss Tenma saw was not her father. It was Florent LaBelle, disguised as Damien Tenma.
Silence!
That is a complete impossibility. Their faces are utterly unalike. How could you explain that away with a mere disguise? Yes, they both do have incredibly distinctive faces. But maybe the disguise completely hid his face. I think Jinxie would have mentioned if she couldn't see her father's face. And if it was that sort of disguise, wouldn't she have removed it? Right. Your sword is as dull as your mind.
Diva said, let them eat cake.
Justice Dono. All the cake, all the yummy, yummy cake, all the chalky, chalky cake. Let them eat cake. Which is also kind of appropriate considering all the French that we keep coming across. Shall I show you what a truly sharp blade is capable of? I think I'll pass. Are you okay, Apollo? I'm not fine, am I? Well, now that we have that little fairy tale out of the way, your baldness, your verdict, if you will. Mr. Justice, I believe it's time for a verdict, if you have no further arguments. What's even left for me to do? Apollo, remember what Mr. Wright always says. When you're stuck in a tight spot, turn the case upside down. Turn the case upside down. He does say that, doesn't he? But I don't quite see how it applies here. Still, never hurts to give it a try, I guess. Let's see. Rather than Jinxie didn't remove the disguise, maybe she couldn't remove it. And rather than she didn't tell anyone about the disguise, maybe it was she couldn't talk about it. A wrestler's mask is more precious than his own life. He would never unmask himself in front of others. But there are matches where wrestlers battle for the right to remove each other's masks. To have your mask torn off is the worst humiliation a wrestler could suffer. That's why their masks are more important to them than life itself. And what about the fact that it was the amazing Ninetales who opened the door? A mask that can't be removed in front of others. Can these facts turn things around? We got it all backwards. Apollo,
Stream Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
I think, I think we might have made a huge mistake. Your baldness, I see no need to further indulge them in their silly little farce. The, the defense has no proof. They never did, and they never will. Then it seems I must announce my verdict.
Objection!
I do have proof. Do you now? All right, but this better be good, Mr. Justice. We can solve the remaining riddles by turning all of our assumptions upside down. Why Jinxie Tenma mistook Mr. LaBelle for her father. Why she couldn't remove the costume or tell anyone about it in the first place. These riddles are inextricably linked to Mayor Tenma's secret identity. A shocking secret identity that will turn the entire premise of this case upside down. This piece of evidence clearly reveals Mayor Tenma's secret identity.
Take that!
Oh, what absolute claptrap, poppycock balderdash! We thought the older man was the amazing Ninetales, and the mayor was Tenma Taro. That's why we believe the mayor killed the alderman in his lust for Ninetales' veil, and it was the basis for the prosecution's entire case against our client. However, we got the whole thing backwards. Mayor Tenma wasn't Tenma Taro at all. He was the amazing Ninetales. What's this? You had best explain yourself, Justice Dono, and from where you derive such a far-fetched conclusion. Jinxie no doubt knew the true identity of the amazing Ninetales, but she couldn't tell anyone no matter what. That's why she didn't say it was the amazing Ninetales she saw passed out. Even though, unbeknownst to her, it was really Fort LaBelle in disguise.
Silence!
The accused and that deceitful dandy are utterly dissimilar in physical build and voice. The little scamp would have seen the difference.
Objection!
Remember, Mr. LaBelle has his very own brand of cosmetics. Why couldn't he fake a different build too? And anyone speaking through a mask would naturally sound different.
Silence!
Why did she not simply pull the mask off?
Objection!
A masked wrestler's disguise is more precious than life itself. As a huge fan of the amazing Ninetales, she would never dare unmask him. This case of mistaken identity also explains the riddle of the locked room. Then by all means, Mr. Justice, answer it for us already. First, Mr. LaBelle entered the room where the mayor and alderman were talking. I suspect he brought with him coffee laced with some sort of sedative. Once the alderman was out cold, that's when Mr. LaBelle killed him. Next, he took the mayor, who he had also drugged, into the forbidden chamber. Then he returned to the fox chamber, slipped into some of the mayor's spare clothes, and completed the disguise by donning the amazing Ninetales' mask. With his entire charade in place, Mr. LaBelle then let out a scream. The scream that led Jinxie Timma to the scene. So then, the person who said I killed Alderman Cubi that was Florent LaBelle in disguise. The mayor never actually confessed.
Silence!
This is no more than guesswork and speculation. Now stop your jabbering
Objection!
No, you twisted samurai. This time you stop your jabbering and let me finish making my case. Once Miss Timma left the scene, Mr. LaBelle, still wearing the mayor's clothes and mask, opened the forbidden chamber so he could drag the mayor back out into the fox chamber. So the amazing Ninetales the mayor saw was, right, it was LaBelle opening the forbidden chamber. The second time Mr. LaBelle opened the chamber, the door to the forbidden chamber, he happened to catch the thieving Mr. Filch by surprise. Startled, Mr. Filch in his Tin Mataro disguise ran as fast as he could away from the room. As he did, he left behind him a trail of feathers and tracks, and gave Miss Timma the scare of her life in the hallway. With no one left to witness the events that had occurred, Mr. LaBelle then proceeded to drag the sleeping mayor back into the fox chamber. I see. Well, that all certainly does make sense. Then, after dragging the mayor back into the fox chamber, Mr. LaBelle threw the mask out the window and fled the room.
Silence!
For this absurd theory to work, it requires that the defendant be the amazing Ninetales. However, he was the one pushing for the municipal merger. That such an individual could possibly be the amazing Ninetales is preposterous.
Objection!
The mayor was blackmailed into pursuing the merger. Miss Timma's life would have been in danger if he had openly voiced his opposition. That's why he created a secret identity as the amazing Ninetales. This is madness. No one could possibly hatch such an insane plot. No one except the killer as insane as his plot, and I would say Florent LaBelle more than qualifies. Foolish mortal, it is at your own peril that you forget who I am. The Mayor Timma, it's okay now. Jinxie will be safe just as soon as Mr. LaBelle is arrested. You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? You have quite the active imagination. Mayor Timma is not the amazing Ninetales. What do you mean? Well, has the mayor admitted to it yet? But that's just... And even if he did admit to such nonsense, I would reveal the truth behind Tin Mataro right here and now. What? Why you would dare reveal the secret? My good friend the Alderman told me all about it, but it wouldn't be good to expose the truth. What with the superstitions, now would it? The truth behind Tin Mataro, what's he talking about? So go ahead, say it. Say I am the amazing Ninetales. I dare you.
Objection!
Wait, will somebody please explain what's going on here? Mayor Tenma will do anything to keep the truth behind Tenma Taro a secret. A dark, terrible truth that has been kept secret by the village superstitions. And if the mayor admits to being the amazing Ninetales, he'll expose the truth. Right, I won't have him walking free because of some nonsense you made up. So what now, Justice Dono? Without the mayor's admission, your theory is as useless as you are in battle. I'll show you who's useless. Apollo, don't you dare give up now. I know. Your Honor, I believe Mr. LaBelle's statements warrant a thorough cross-examination. After all, the true identity of the amazing Ninetales is the cornerstone of this case. You do have a point there. Please answer this court, Mr. LaBelle. Is the defendant the amazing Ninetales or not? The amazing Ninetales' true identity. The amazing Ninetales' true identity is not Mayor Tenma. The mayor would never admit to such utter nonsense. But if he did admit to such nonsense, I will expose the truth behind Tenma Taro right here and now. And that would bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale, just as the superstitions say. Talk about out of the pot and into the fire. At this rate, the mayor will be found guilty for sure. Honestly speaking, if Mayor Damien Tenma is not the amazing Ninetales, I'm afraid I don't see how the defense has much of a case here. And let's just leave it at that, shall we? We all know Alderman Cubi was the amazing Ninetales. Anyway, I mean, that's how Ninetales Vale made a comeback. The Alderman was so popular. There's gotta be a hole in that testimony somewhere, but I don't even know where to start. Since we don't have any proof that the mayor is the amazing Ninetales, then we'll just have to get him to admit it himself. But if he admits it, LaBelle is going to expose the secret behind Tenma Taro. We are so close. I know it. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Hold it!
Do not gaze upon Tenma Taro. Do not tell others if you see him. Isn't that what the village superstitions say? Exactly. Telling others what Tenma Taro looks like would reveal the truth. That's why the superstitions were written down in the first place. And ruin coming to the village if you free him. Is that a warning not to expose the truth? Bingo. And that truth is, Tenma Taro is a great greed-inspired fortune. That's what the whole battle over Ninetales Vale is all about. Tenma Taro is a great fortune. Come to think of it, only that it's the greatest get-rich-quick chance in the universe. Grandpappy told me all about it. Said there's an amazing treasure in there. Could Tenma Taro actually be? Telling the villagers that Tenma Taro is a terrifying yokai is what has scared them away from the forbidden chamber and the treasure within. That's how the treasure has been kept secret all this time. Well. It seems our ace attorney here has uncovered the truth that must not be revealed. Mayor Tenma looks like he wants to keep the truth hidden as much as I do. Tragedy is doomed to repeat itself as long as Tenmataro exists. That's why the secret must be protected. As long as Tenmataro exists. Mr. Lavelle, please add that statement to your testimony.
Objection!
Mr. Lavelle, what if Tenmataro no longer existed? Revealing the truth would no longer be an issue, would it? If Tenmataro no longer existed. What on earth are you talking about? Apparently you haven't heard. Tenmataro no longer exists. I guess you didn't get to do a thorough search after the key was taken from you. Because when we searched the Forbidden Chamber, there wasn't any treasure there. Really? Well, maybe you weren't looking in the right place. Sorry, but I have proof that Tenmataro no longer exists. Take a look at this figure. What do we have here? It looks like some sort of creature. We found this in the Forbidden Chamber. It's an Azuki Kozo figure. The great thief Azuki Kozo used to leave them at the scene of his crimes. Are you suggesting that Tenmataro has been stolen? Phineas Filch's grandfather, a master thief, was the culprit. And by that hideous, moronic caretaker's grandfather no less. No! Oh, my beautiful golden Tenmataro was. The greed inspired by Tenmataro can no longer bring ruin upon Ninetales Vale. Isn't that right, Mayor Tenma? The root of tragedy would indeed seem to be gone. In fact, I now recall the alderman revealing the secret to me on the day of our meeting. He must have been speaking of Tenmataro, for he said to me the gold ingot was gone. The gold ingot? You mean the treasure that is Tenmataro's true form? Recall, if you will, the scroll in the Forbidden Chamber. Tenmataro was the yellowish object shown there, a giant gold ingot that my nomadic ancestors bestowed upon Ninetales Vale. In return for that gold, my ancestors did receive from Ninetales Vale land that would become Tenma Town, but drive the villagers mad with greed to that great fortune. Bitter was their greed-fueled battle. It was as if they were possessed. My ancestors' gold became as a curse upon their village, a curse of ruin. Thus it was that the yokai Tenmataro came to be. So Tenmataro and the village superstitions were merely fairy tales to scare people away. Fairy tale or not, Tenmataro made quite a mess of things. Yes, indeed, for there is no greater monster than a mortal man's lust for gold. Well, you know what they say, the love of money is the root of all evil. My ancestors did bring a terrible thing here to Ninetales Vale, a thing so terrible that Tenmataro, a monster just as terrible, had to be created to keep it a secret. Yet we have naught but love for the little village to which we owe our very existence. Tenma Town would never seek to take over Ninetales Vale in a merger. Oh my, that was quite a shocking lesson in history. Mr. Mayor, now that we know Tenmataro no longer exists, are you ready to admit your secret? You are the amazing Ninetales, aren't you? Don't do it. Please. Begone, you demented demon. Now where was I? The Golden Lord of Yokai, the amazing Ninetales, is, indeed, me. And that means Jinxie. Yes? The man wearing the mayor's clothes who you saw collapsed in the clock's chamber, was he wearing the amazing Ninetales' mask? Uh-huh. That's what made me think it was Papa. He said he was going to reveal his secret identity to Alderman Cubi that day, so it really wasn't Papa I saw there, was it? It was Florent's idea from the start. He advised me to reveal my secret identity to the Alderman. Rube Goldberg machines have less elaborate setups than LaBelle's scheme. You may rest easy now, little Jinxie. That monster's deception is through. The true facts behind this case have finally come to light. Mayor Tenma did not kill Alderman Cubi, but Florent LaBelle did. How dare you, peasant?
Silence!
Justice Donor, you should at least have a real blade in your hands if you desire to cross swords with me. Or have you mistaken this battlefield for a training ground? What's this guy want now? Evidence is like a razor-sharp blade that cuts through bone as though it were butter. But you have only blind kisses, a dull blade incapable of cutting even a cake. He has you there, Mr. Justice. After all, evidence is everything in the court of law. But, they are right. Let's see some evidence. Of course, a perfect being like me wouldn't leave any incriminating evidence behind. This is the final battle. Just as a samurai must live and die by the sword, you will live or die by the evidence you hold. My swift blade of judgment awaits. Now present your conclusive evidence, or don't you have any? Crud, do I have anything conclusive? Evidence? I have evidence. You do? Of course. It's just the conclusive evidence we need, too. I'm going to finally prove Mayor Tenma innocent. Here comes justice. Let's review the facts. The most damning evidence against the mayor was the crime scene itself. The mayor and the victim were the only two people found in the room. Also, we all thought the alderman was killed because he was the amazing Ninetales. But as we now know, of course, we were way off. The amazing Ninetales is really Mayor Damien Tenma. That's why when his daughter Jinxie saw the amazing Ninetales collapse at the scene, she mistook him for her father. Those are the facts as we have revealed. However, Mr. LaBelle asserts that he did not leave any evidence at the scene of the crime, but he didn't say anything about evidence outside the crime scene. Maybe he isn't as clever as he thinks he is. Does any of the evidence found outside the crime scene provide any clues? I know, the amazing Ninetales' mask. It was found washed up along the river. What sort of clue does that mask hold? And what about the hair left in the mask? Who does it belong to? Right, that hair is Florent LaBelle's. Now that's what I call conclusive evidence. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have any conclusive evidence to present to this court? Of course I do. Observe this mask, if you will. That mask How is that conclusive evidence? It's not the mask itself, but the white hair inside it. We originally thought it belonged to Alderman Rex Cubine. Yes, but the amazing Ninetales, as we now know, is Mayor Tenma's son. That is correct. So the question is, whose hair could this be? And the answer to that is the last person to have worn it before it was discarded. That would be you, Mr. Florent LaBelle. What are you talking about? I never had hideous white hair like that.
Silence!
So it appears your coup de grace failed to hit its mark. This freakish fop is not the white hair type, because he's busy being one ludicrously harsh color or another.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Blackquill, it's you has made a fatal error. Well, what? Remember where this mask was found? It washed up by the side of the river. With that in mind, this last piece of evidence will solve all the remaining clues.
Take that!
Oops, that was the hand cream, not the...
Stream Elements.
No,
said,
no, it's not
Stay
the hand
moist,
cream,
my
it's the other
friends.
product.
Hydrate.
Yes, I know as soon as I pressed it. Yes, I know, my bad. I got his products mixed up. This one, this is the hair cover.
Take that!
That's... What is that? This is Mr. LaBelle's own private brand of hair color. It washes out with just water. The court will also recall that the amazing Ninetales' mask washed up along the side of the village river with white hair inside it. What's this? Are you saying that Creamy Peacock's hair color is? That's exactly what I'm saying. Mr. LaBelle's hair color is a freaky work of fiction, but thanks to the river flowing through Ninetales Vale, we now have a real-life expose. The white hair in this mask is conclusive evidence proving you're the real killer. A DNA test is all we need to prove it, and we both know we'll get a match. Admit it, Florent LaBelle. You were the one who killed Alderman Rex Cubine. Hello, this is LaBelle. What? The project is off. This is LaBelle. The sponsors have pulled out. LaBelle speaking. I'm fired. You mean I'm no longer Mayor Tenma's aide? This is LaBelle. What? There's a Stratosphere damages claim against me? $100 million. I'm finished. Washed up. Stick a fork in me. I'm done. This is preposterous. I, Simon Blackquill, defeated. Order, order, order in the court. Well, this is quite the unexpected outcome. I must hand it to you, Mr. Justice. You really turned this case on its head, just like that other lawyer, Phoenix Wright. Wait, that was a compliment, right? Prosecutor Blackquill, what have you done with Florette LaBelle? The defaced man has withered like a flower without water. One of the officers is currently tending to him with a sprinkler. Wouldn't that just wash even more of his makeup off? Allow me to explain the actions of the guilty party in detail. The motive, of course, was to steal the gold ingot known as Tenma Taro. However, few are allowed into the manor due to its cultural ties to Nine Tails Vale. LaBelle set in motion plans to gain access to the manor and the gold within via the merger. But the efforts of the amazing Nine Tails saw those plans come to a halt, and thus LaBelle murdered the alderman and attempted to pin the blame on Mayor Tenma. I see, but what I still can't comprehend is why he would go after the gold in the first place. Mr. LaBelle doesn't look like someone who is in need of financial aid. LaBelle hid his past well, much like he hid his beauty with makeup. He's mired in debt. Debt due to pouring money into a brand only he could love, which is why he sought the gold with such voracity. Too bad for him, someone else had gotten to it first anyway. I see. Very well then. I believe it's time I declared a verdict. This court finds the defendant Damien Tenma not guilty. Court is adjourned. That was some seriously good lawyering, Apollo. Even I didn't see that coming. Just got lucky, I guess. You banished Tenma Taro from Nine Tails Vale like you were some kind of exorcist. There's still one thing I don't understand. How come Mr. LaBelle didn't kill Mayor Tenma too? He could have set it up so the mayor murdered the alderman, then died from a counterattack. That would have removed at least one possible fly from the ointment. I was wondering about that too, but I have a hunch LaBelle was biding his time. He was planning on exposing the amazing Nine Tails' true identity himself. But why? Because the mayor was the amazing Nine Tails. Had LaBelle succeeded in framing Mayor Tenma for the alderman's murder, the wrestler's popularity would have plummeted once his identity was revealed. I get it. If the amazing Nine Tails was just killed, he would die a hero, but if he was proved a villain, his fans would abandon him, making the merger that much easier. Right. Then when the merger was complete and everything cooled down, he would be able to search the Forbidden Chamber at his leisure. What an insanely intricate plot. A most excellent job clearing my name. A feat worthy of the Demon Lord's approval. Why are you acting like Tenma Taro again? Let this be of no concern to you. How could it not concern me? Tenma Taro, be gone! Jinxie, seems like ages since I've laid eyes on you. Papa, you're finally back. Yes, it would seem Tenma Taro was no match for you. I'm not scared of that silly yokai anymore. Your father's a free man now, Jinxie. Isn't that great? Thank you for all you've done. Seeing you guys in action, it made me feel like I don't have to be afraid anymore. Wait, is Jinxie actually smiling? This is all thanks to you two. Too bad the amazing Nine Tails will have to retire, though. How come? Once everyone hears I'm the amazing Nine Tails, my fan base will nosedive. After all, I'm not the most popular of people. Another reason for my secret identity. I don't see how I could possibly continue. I think you've misjudged yourself. Take a look outside. Say, now that you mention it, what's all that noise out there? A big crowd gathered outside the courthouse once the news broke. Seems they want to get a glimpse of Mayor Daniel Kinma, the man behind the mask, and to root for your return to the wrestling ring. Rooting for me? But I thought I was nothing more than a malefactor in their eyes. The only one who really matters is Jinxie. Show her how cool you really are. Yeah, you're the coolest when you're out there fighting in the ring, Papa. Jinxie, here, I think you'll be needing this.
Take that!
Thank you. Now if you would excuse me. I don't want to keep my fans waiting.
Ninetales Vale forever!
I sure hope they can settle the problems between Tinma Town and Ninetales Vale. Me too. I'm sure they'll be fine. After all, the blackmailer slash killer is behind bars, and the murder is no longer an issue. Plus, the amazing Ninetales is obviously still a hit, and I suspect Ninetales Vale will be too. And it's all because we believe in our client, just like you said. Okay, people, now that we've got that one in the bag, let's go get something to eat. I'm starving. Sounds good. I've been so nervous I haven't eaten since yesterday. Better keep eating, Apollo, or you might have to start looking up at me. I'm definitely past my growth phase, and you should be about past yours too. Are you kidding me? I'm just getting started. Ready or not, it's face stuffing time. Keep eating like that and the only direction you'll grow is sideways. Very funny. But I've got a hollow leg. I can eat as much as I want without gaining an ounce. Really? Wow, I can't wait to see this. Calories, just let them try to stick on me. Alright already, you two. Let's get going before the old man closes shop. Eldoon's Noodles isn't an all-night stand, you know? I'm with Mr. Wright. Let's go. I've been wanting to have a bowl from there ever since Mr. Wright told me about them. Well, what are we waiting for? The noodles are on me today, so I expect some serious eating from you too. Thanks, boss. I won't let you down. Athena has no idea what she's getting into. Mr. Eldoon's noodles are so hot and salty, 2 bowls would kill a man. That was our first case together, and it felt like nothing could bring us down after that. The dark age of the law seemed so distant, so irrelevant to our small cozy office. But little did I know that it had been lurking all along, right there behind us. The first time it made itself known was during the murder at the Themis Legal Academy. That case would mark the twilight before the dark, cold night that was to come. And before we start the next trial, I am going to go get some more water. So BRB in a minute, friends. Okay, and onward we go with our investigations. What's next? Who can say? We can as soon as we get started. Turnabout Academy. Okay, so it must be that one that she hinted at.
Themis Legal Academy, a prestigious high school with alumni in the highest echelons of the legal world.
Oh no, I'm gonna be late. Finally, this is it. The illustrious Themis Legal Academy. This is the place where many distinguished lawyers and prosecutors got their start. When news spread that Mr. Wright had gotten his attorney's badge back, he received a call from the school asking him to pay a visit. Mr. Wright brought us along, hoping we would learn something from the experience. I had to go and blow it by getting here 30 minutes late. At least it's not all business today. After all, today's their school festival. This place has school festival written all over it. Literally. Why all the cold stares? Is it because everyone's in a school uniform except me? Well, I like the way I dress. Wonder where Mr. Wright and Apollo are. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the Mock Trial Committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All students and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. Thank you. Sounds like a mock trial is about to start, but where's this lecture hall? Looks like all the students and faculty are heading that way. Might as well join them. Maybe I'll find Mr. Wright and Apollo there. This must be the lecture hall. They spent some serious money on this place. The district court can't even compete. Hey Athena, over here. Mr. Wright, Apollo. I've been looking for you too. I'm so sorry I'm late. It's okay. Sorry we couldn't wait for you. But we didn't want to be late for our meeting. Lucky for you, the person we're supposed to meet also seems to be running late. Mr. Wright, Mr. Justice, it seems Professor Court has yet to arrive. How unprofessional of her to keep visitors to our esteemed institution waiting like this. I shall make her right, I will not. Who do we have here? Right, you haven't been introduced yet. Yes, you must be the young lady Mr. Wright was telling me about. I am Aristotle Means, a professor at this hallowed hall of learning. I oversee the law in your course here. It is a pleasure to meet you. I'm Athena Sykes. I just recently got my attorney's badge myself. It's nice to meet you too. How wonderful, so vigorous and vivacious. You've just earned yourself a gold star. Wow, thanks. That big smile of his is kinda scary, though. Looks like the mock trial's about to begin. What are we going to do about our meeting? Speaking of the mock trial, do either of you know what it's about? But I thought we had sent a pamphlet to your office. The pamphlet? Whatever happened to that? You won't be seeing it again. Trucy used it for the old rip it up and restore it trick. Unfortunately, it didn't work as advertised. Well, it seems I had better explain the situation then. Thank you, Professor. Now, does anyone have any questions? I do, Professor. Could you tell me all about your school? What an excellent question. Here's a gold star for asking. Our academy has 3 courses to choose from. Students seeking to be lawyers take the lawyer course. Likewise, budding prosecutors take the prosecuting course, and future judges the judge course. You have everything here for someone who wants to seriously pursue a career in law. Yes, well, that's what makes our school special, and today even more so. After all, we are to be treated to a lecture by legendary attorney Phoenix Wright. We can't wait to hear all about his return to the legal profession. You're giving a lecture, Mr. Wright, but you're not even a professor. Yeah, well, I'm just giving them what they want. Did you even know you were meant to be giving a lecture here today? Yeah, sorta. But I came here early because I was supposed to have a meeting with the head of the judge course, Constance Court. It's been a whirlwind of a morning. Let's leave it at that. Professor Court, she is a wonderful instructor, but quite unpunctual. Oh, so that's who's late. From what I've heard, our esteemed Mr. Wright here is scheduled to hold a training seminar tomorrow, in addition to today's lecture. A training seminar for lawyers. What exactly does that involve? Why, it involves the very skills that make a lawyer a lawyer. The arm angle when shouting objection, the proper way to strike the podium, how to project one's voice, and most importantly, how to bluff your way to victory. Who exactly do you want me to teach stuff like that to again? What a wonderful question. You just earned yourself a gold star. The great honor of taking a seminar by a famous lawyer and a famous prosecutor. That is what is at stake in this mock trial, the crown jewel of the school festival. The mock trial in question is a prestigious event that every student aspires to win. The top student in the lawyer course and the top student in the prosecutor course face off in a syndicated court case set in this very school. As for the case itself, we select the best script written by a judge course student and base our case on that. A one-on-one battle? How thrilling! So if the student studying to be a lawyer wins, they get to take my training seminar. But what if the other student wins? I'm not a prosecutor, so... There's no cause for alarm. We have a famous prosecutor ready for just such a case. But exactly who it is, well, that is a special surprise. A famous prosecutor? No, it can't be. Professor Means, forgive me for interrupting you and your guests. I'm Juniper Woods, a senior in the judge course. Professor, the trial will begin shortly, since you'll be delivering the pre-trial speech. Would you mind waiting up in the balcony until we're ready for you? My, how very organized you are, Juniper. You just earned yourself a gold star, too. But what about Professor Court? Well, I suppose she'll eventually arrive. Now then, I trust you will look after our visitors, Juniper. Yes, of course, Professor Means. Juniper. Juniper Woods. Is that you? Then, Athena, I almost didn't recognize you. I didn't know you were back from Europe. Wait, you two know each other? Now that's a coincidence. We've known each other since we were kids. We're like best friends, right, Junie? Yes. Well, we lived close to each other, so we used to play in the forest together. Yeah, like a lot. A lot. Why won't she look at me? I guess I shouldn't be surprised, since we haven't seen each other in a long time. Anyway, we're supposed to go wait in the waiting room, right? Not that I wouldn't mind taking in the mock trial you're putting on today. Unfortunately, the mock trial is only for students and faculty. There is one seat reserved for Mr. Wright, but no other exceptions are allowed. Yes, I'm very sorry, but it is part of the student curriculum after all. I hope you won't mind remaining in the waiting room until the trial concludes. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to learn something new today. I'll tell you what, Apollo, why don't you take my place? What? Really? Sure. Besides, I would like to meet with Professor Court as soon as she gets here. No fair. I want to see the mock trial too. Sorry, I'm going to let Apollo pull what little weight he has, if it's okay with Professor Means. But of course, Mr. Wright, if that is what you wish. It's settled then. We'll expect a full and detailed report, Apollo, so pay attention. Being the new kid sure stinks. If you would please follow me, I'll escort you down to the waiting room on the first floor. Still no Professor Court. It's been over 30 minutes.
Dragon Sakata said, Yo, it's ya boy Spaghetti Knees here.
Welcome back, Sakata. I hope the war with the rebels went well. And Mr. Wright snoozing away on the sofa. This is so boring. I should have hid in the lecture hall and spied on the mock trial. Oh, what was that?
Dragon Sakata said, I spanked him to death.
That sounds like a plan, my friend. You make those rebels some very butthurt people. Athena, I could have sworn I just heard something fall down and break. If you go running now, they'll think it was you. Oh, well, it wasn't me. I think it came from somewhere outside. Well, we better go have a look, seeing as everyone else is in the lecture hall. Okay. Is this stage for some sort of concert? It kinda reminds me of a courtroom. Wait, Athena, behind the witness stand. What? Professor Court, can you hear me? Professor. Wait, that's who we were supposed to be meeting with. It looks like our meeting's been canceled for us. No way. This can't be real. I called the police. They should be here soon. I'll go tell everyone in the lecture hall too. No, wait. They'll find out soon enough once the police get here. Let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. Are we even allowed to do that? It's no big deal, as long as we leave it exactly like we found it. Plus, no, never mind. Anyway, we should look around while the scene's still fresh.
Dragon Sakata said, just came to say howdy as I'ma get ready for a very rage-inducing stream I'ma be doing today. Have some head pats.
Okay, friend. Hopefully your stream goes well and you don't have an aneurysm from the rage. But hopefully everything goes well. Thank you for the head patch and thank you for saying hi. Okay, you're the boss. And in addition to checking the body, we should also check the area around it. Though we don't have much time, check only what you can. Nervous, Athena? Yes, I mean, no. Apollo didn't bat an eye at the Alderman's body during that case, and Nine Tails failed. I can't let him show me up. I can do this. Just take a deep breath and focus.
Stream Elements said, stay thirsty my friends, hydrate.
So Professor Court was... Yep, the professor I was here to meet with. Turns out she wasn't running late after all. How awful. Here she was lying dead and we thought she was late. What was that you were saying before, boss? You never finished. Oh, that. Don't worry, I'll fill you in. Later. But right now let's focus on the investigation, okay? Okay, sure. The suspense is killing me. We should start by studying the body. I wonder what's the best angle for this. Oh, okay. I guess I really do have to examine the body. Well, guess I had better get used to stuff like this if I want to be a full-fledged lawyer. Notice anything strange about the body? Take a deep breath and then take a good look. Well, now that you mentioned it, there's no blood around it. Yet the victim's body is cold and rigor mortis has already started to dissipate. Though it appeared that quite some time has passed since Professor Court was murdered. Thing is, the quad was packed with students up until the start of the mock trial. Wait, then doesn't that mean she was killed at a different location? I know, the killer moved the body here while everyone was in the lecture hall. That's a definite possibility. Notice anything else? Her arms are raised over her head, and there are dark bruises around her wrists. The professor was probably tied up with something. Eventually her wrist were unbound, and as she reached out to stretch, she was killed. Actually, I'm not so sure about this theory. Well, there's not exactly a lot to go on. There's an arrow stuck in her side. Gunshot wounds and stab wounds are pretty common, but arrow wounds? This is homicide any way you slice it. In other words, we have a murder on our hands. A murder here. So that makes this arrow the murder weapon. Well, that and the bow that shot it. Right, but where could the killer have shot her from? The stage is a sea of obstructions. I'm no expert on archery, but it can't be easy to hit a target with this much stuff around. Would it be possible to kill someone by stabbing them with an arrow? I'm not sure. Guess we better do some more investigating before jumping to conclusions. What do we have here? A book. I'm guessing it fell out of her chest pocket. Wait, what if it's her diary? That's the most private thing a girl has. True, but considering the situation at hand, my apologies to the late Professor Cord. No, don't. 22nd, routine report. Need to speak with Hugh O'Connor. 23rd, meet with Hugh about that report yesterday. Important. 24th, 9 o'clock. Prep for mock trial. Final confirmation. 1. Meet with Mr. Wright about training seminar. 2. Mock trial begins. Looks more like a planner than a diary. Every page seems to have the same sword mark printed on it at that. I still think a girl deserves her privacy, but this may help us solve the case. I think that's about all we're going to find in the body for now. Nice work, Athena. Your face only turned 5 sandy shades of pale. I was expecting 15. We should probably take a picture of the crime scene, just in case. Okay, I'm on it. Say cheese. Cheese, and I thought I was the one with the twisted sense of humor. I think that should do it. Alright, let's take a better look around the area while we wait for the police to arrive. This pile of rubble sticks out like a sore thumb. Looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of that noise we heard. There were supposedly 2 statues on this stage. I seem to recall hearing that Coed from the Fine Art Club had made them. There were 2, and that thing over there is the remains of another statue. This could be related to the case. Let's take a closer look. Wonder what this was a statue of. Whatever it was reddish purple in color. When Apollo and I first got here, those statues were already here, but they were covered up. I bet they were waiting to unveil them when the school festival moved here to this stage. You mean the scuffle bag looking thing was actually being used to cover the statues? I guess that just leaves the question, were they broken by accident or on purpose? What a puzzle this is. There's something buried in the rubble. The Venus Herald. Wait, we shouldn't disturb it. Let's just read what we can. Pending declaration of love rocks campus. Final act in Torrid love triangle centered on campus She-Devil Juniper Woods. Level-headed lawyer Force Deans and hot-blooded prosecutor Force Student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's black heart. Hugh O'Connor has declared that he'll confess to her if he wins. Wait, what? I seriously wish I hadn't read that. We find that more shocking than discovering a murder victim's body. But we're talking about my friend Julie here. She would never lead guys on like that. Athena, you don't believe everything you read, do you? This article is clearly written with malicious intent. I'm not buying a word of it. Yeah, you're right, but it's still disturbing, even if it's third-rate tabloid material. Mr. Right, Athena. Here comes Apollo. I've never seen anyone move so fast. Listen, something big's happened. I was at the mock trial. When the police announced a body had been found on campus. That's right. And we're the ones who phoned it in. We found Professor Court dead behind the witness stand over there. What? Can you show me? What the? We've already had a quick look at the body. It's definitely a homicide. Once the police get here. No, I know it's a homicide. I'm shocked because it's the same. Exactly the same. Whoa there, Apollo. Take a deep breath and explain what you mean. It's the same, the body that is. It's just like how it was in the mock trial. What? It's like the mock trial. I know, it sounds crazy, but the body's location and position, the murder weapon, the lack of cooling blood. It's all exactly like the mock trial. You're kidding, right? It can't really all be the same, can it?
Spin Dash Diva said, Test.
Test, test. We have got a test, test. Hello, Spin. The whole school's in an uproar. There won't be any more classes today. A murder on campus. That's the last thing I expected at a legal academy. I'll go tell Professor Means what we observed when we discovered the body. You two wait here until you've spoken with the police. Yes, boss. I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe we have to wait around here. I can't stay still at times like these.
Spin Dash Diva said, Twitch wouldn't let me comment earlier.
Oh no, Twitch being twitchy? How unusual. I'm glad you were able to break through though. I hope Junie hasn't fainted from the shock of this whole thing. Athena, there you are. Junie, am I glad to see you? I was worried that. Don't worry about me. I am student council president after all.
Spin Dash Diva said, Chicken and Vaffs.
I've honestly never had chicken and waffles. I have heard quite a few things about it, but I'm honestly not sure about that combo myself. But I do like to tend to separate foods a little bit more than that. And I'm not the biggest fan of maple syrup either. And that's usually what you have when you do chicken and waffles, right? Is maple syrup. Student council president. Wow, I'm impressed. She's really changed. She used to be kind of sickly and shy. I do remember distinctly trying Lay's chip, I think it was. That was chicken and waffle flavored. I think it was Lay's. When they were trying all those different flavors and stuff. Juniper, was it? You mind if we ask you a few questions? Yeah, we're stuck here waiting for the police, and there's really not much to do. Sure, what would you like to know? I haven't seen you in ages, Junie. What's it been? 7 years or so? Yes, and I remember how you were always there for me, Athena. Maybe it's just me, but I wanted to ask why you seem so distant. Remember how you used to call me Thina? I liked it better that way. It felt like we were sisters, you know? Yes, but I'm student council president now, and as the student representative of Themis Legal Academy, I have to act properly. She was never this stiff and formal before. I knew you wanted to be a judge, but I didn't expect this. It's such a prestigious school, and you're in the judge course to boot. Yes, Professor Court had been in charge of it until, well, you know. Oh, right, Professor Court was the professor in charge of Junie's course. What sort of teacher was Professor Court? If I had to sum her up in a single word, I would say she was amazing. A judge must always seek the truth. That was her mantra, and she used it in trying to fix what was wrong with our school. She was a beacon of hope in this dark age of the law. What's wrong with your school? What did you mean by that? Oh, nothing. Never mind. Am I imagining things, or did I just detect something in Julie's voice? Professor Court chose my script for the mock trial. You mean all the students in the judge course had to submit a script, and yours was the one she selected. Wow, that's amazing, Junie. Oh, thank you. But now Professor Court is... Who would do such a thing? Just yesterday we were working together, trying to get things ready. Excuse me. Are you alright, Junie? Maybe you should take it easy for a while. So she still got that cough. Guess she's not as strong as she pretends to be. Why do you need a script in a showdown between the lawyer and the prosecutor? Well, we were simulating the trial, so we needed a script as a framework. All the details about the incident and the people involved are included in the script. We also prepared a crime scene, photos, a murder weapon, and other kinds of evidence. Wow, you guys think of everything. Must be hard getting all that ready. Yes, well, it was only Professor Court and I. After all, we didn't want the script or other elements of the mock trial to get leaked. We were the only ones in the entire school who knew all of the details. Must have been a big pain in the... that must have been really difficult. I wrote the script so that the case could go either way. That way the defense and the prosecution both had an equal chance of winning. If you think that's all she's capable of, you've got another thing coming. Who said that? Juniper's genius doesn't stop at her brilliant script. Yeah, she gave an award-winning performance.
Said, who farted Ed?
I think that's the creaking of that guy's arm restraints. I think that guy right there has some arm restraints on or something. As a defendant, man, I think I found a rival to my chores of steel. Robin, aren't you going to introduce yourselves to our guests? As student council president, I won't have you treating them rudely. You're right. I heard Mr. Wright was bringing a couple of guests with him. That would be you two, Apollo Justice and Athena Sykes. I'm Athena Sykes. And I'm Apollo Justice. Nice to meet you. I'll pass on the handshake. I'm studying to be a lawyer. The name's Hugh O'Connor. But some call me Mr. Perfect because I never score less than 100% on tests. Most pretentious introduction ever. And what's with his hand? Is it glued to the inside of his pocket or what? Let me be the first to apologize for Hugh's totally rude introduction. Sorry. Now here's my intro. I'm Robin Newman. I'm studying to be a prosecutor, like the really cool kind that nails the bad guys. Where's the sincerity? So he makes pottery too. And what's that brace-like contraption for? Junie sure has made some unusual friends. These two were the lawyer and the prosecutor in today's mock trial. And even though I wrote the script, I also played the part of the defendant. Final act in torrid love triangle centered on campus she-devil Juniper Woods. Level-headed lawyer course genius and hot-blooded prosecutor course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the she-devil's black heart. Wait, these two are the guys who supposedly have a thing for Junie? Juniper, come on, your role's way beyond just that. That's right, the mock trial's just the start. She's also in the school festival's main event. Live on stage, Juniper Woods, and the crowd goes bananas. I'm supposed to sing at the school festival. All of the other girls were too embarrassed to try out. So, my Junie singing on stage in front of people. Wow, she really has changed. 7 years is 7 years, man. That's a lot of time. I was responsible for making everyone's stage costumes. And this is what I'll be wearing. Well, doesn't that look familiar? That's amazing, Junie. But then again, you were always good at that kind of thing. These constellations in particular are really something. Thank you. One of my favorite things to do is to look up at the stars in the middle of the forest. So you're a fan of the night sky. Wow, Apollo, didn't know you were such a romantic. It's not like that. I have this friend, he and I go way back, who got me really interested in space. Wait, you had friends when you were young? Color me surprised. As student council president, I cannot allow such mean-spirited teasing to continue. I think she's angry. The costumes were no problem, but as for singing, I'm not sure You can do it. That's right, and anyone who says otherwise will have to answer to me. It's like a chivalrous love triangle, a damsel in distress and two knights in shining armor. Maybe that famous Herald article wasn't too far from the truth. Speaking of the latest news, I wonder how the mock trial turned out. So, how did the mock trial end? We were just about to reach a verdict when the police arrived. Now we'll never know how it would have turned out. I guess that's what happens when there's a real murder during a fake murder trial. It ended right before the verdict. Talk about bad timing. I was this close, man. I bet I would have won. But I bet the defense wasn't doing too badly either, right? We'll settle this some other time, and I assure you, I will win when that time comes. Like I'm going to let that happen? I don't think so. I hope they don't end up hurting each other. Don't worry, the three of us have been good friends since we enrolled here. We even have proof of our friendship. Proof, like physical evidence proof? Yes, we're studying for a career in law, and in the legal world, evidence is everything. As long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. The famed, famous Legal Academy ingenuity at work. So what exactly is this proof of friendship anyway? Well, it's a secret, and if I show you, it would be bad luck. Okay, I knew it. There's definitely some discord in Junie's voice. Our friendship is sacred and inviolable. It's not something to put cheaply on display. Proof. We don't need no stinking proof. Us three are friends forever. I can hear discord in their voices too, but they're talking about their friendship. What's going on here? Something wrong, Athena? No, it's nothing. All right then. Isn't that? Everyone stay right where you are. Don't move a muscle. The Detective Fulbright. Is something wrong? Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends. Sorry, but the small talk will have to wait. Juniper Woods, you're under arrest for the murder of Constance Court. I'm what? Oh, wait a second. What's going on here? Why are you arresting Junie? Please, Detective Fulbright, we're involved in this case too. So you're the lawyers the dispatch said were first on scene.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I can't tell you everything, but I will say this. There are two major reasons for her arrest. Number one, the suspect led somebody to where the body was. I didn't. And number two, the crime scene is exactly how the suspect portrayed it in her script. But you can't arrest her on just those grounds. True, but there's more. However, Prosecutor Blackquill specifically told me to say no more than that. So Blackwell's the prosecuting attorney on this one too. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Oh, why there's blood on this. So that's evidence we made for the mock trial. A mock trial. Never heard of such a thing, but sounds fishy to me. Real fishy. Now, if you would, officers. Yes, sir. But Junie, I have to do something. I can't let them take her away like this. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Hold it! Hold it! I refuse to believe that she's the killer! Junie! I've decided. I'm going to defend you. I'll fight with everything I've got. Athena. Junie, it's good to hear you say that name again.
Hate to interrupt your bonding time, but aren't you rather new to all this? You're barely even a lawyer. Well, I don't have much experience, and I may need to follow in Mr. Wright's help at times, but nobody believes in Junie as much as I do. I'll help you too, Juniper. There's no way you murdered your professor. Athena, Apollo. Thank you both. I'm counting on you. We've got your back, Junior. Guess things worked out after all. Now that you have your lawyers, Miss Woods, it's time for us to head back to the station. I can't believe Junie's been arrested for murder. And I can't believe I accepted her case without asking Mr. Wright. Take a deep breath and relax, Athena. I'm here to help with whatever you need, so let's get right on the case. Right. I won't have this case left in the hands of rank amateurs. If anyone's going to solve this case, it'll be me. Time to investigate. Why, that smug little... He hasn't even finished law school. That was totally rude. And you're not the only one on the case, man. I'm in too, big time. Juniper Woods, I'm going to save you. Now that those two are gone, let's get back to what I was talking about in front of the stage. About the mock trial, that is. Oh, right. You said the victim's location, position, and so on were just like in the script. Exactly. But without the script or any props, it's kind of hard to explain. Perhaps I could help. Her forehead. The prosecutor, Gavin, what are you doing here? You two seem to know each other. Is someone going to introduce me? Why, I do believe we have a fresh face here. Greetings, Fraulein. I am Clavier Gavin. Some know me as a prosecutor, but I'm most famous for my former rock band. We were quite popular, you know, but regrettably, the band went kaput. Perhaps you've heard of us, the Gaviners. I was the lead vocalist. Never heard of your band. Then again, I was out of the country till only recently. But can I get your autograph? You just met him like 3 seconds ago, and you want his autograph. Forgive me, Fraulein, but I've retired from the music biz. But I would be happy to offer my autograph as rockstar prosecutor Clavier Gavin. Oh, okay. That one then. She's a lively one, her forehead. Didn't know she was your type. She's the newest member of Frank Anything Agency. That's all. Nice to meet you. I'm Athena Sykes. A pleasure to meet you too, Athena Sykes. Now that the intros are out of the way, I'm sure you have some questions for me. Yeah, for her forehead? So, what are you doing here, Prosecutor Gavin? I'm here for the same reason as your boss, to give a lecture and a training seminar. So he's the famous prosecutor they invited, and I have another crucial role to play. The Gaviners are getting back together for a one-time special performance. Even though you guys disbanded, which was a shame by the way. Really? Yeah, I know how much you adored our music, her forehead. Anyway, I studied abroad in Germany to get my badge early, but I did graduate from here. Wait, so that performance Junie mentioned, I see you've already heard about that. One student representative was selected to sing with us on stage, and the stage was supposed to look like this tomorrow. 2 big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues. Wait, are these supposed to be you and Mr. Wright? Bingo, Fraulein. And they were so big and magnificent, too. What a terrible waste. But the worst part of this whole thing is, my long-awaited reunion with my mentor never came to pass. Wait, don't tell me your mentor was Professor Court. She was the one who taught me how to think about the law. So Constance Court was your professor here at the academy. She may have taught the judge course, but she had a huge impact on me. She was fond of saying, the end is only justified through proper means. She wouldn't tolerate dishonesty and always revered what was right beyond all else. I can feel Prosecutor Gavin's sadness. Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. Athena, are you tearing up? Though I can't blame you, Prosecutor Gavin owes a lot of who he is to Professor Court. Exactly. So, as you can see, we are both joined in purpose, so to speak, yeah? Now let's rock this place hard. I don't follow. Let's rock what? Forget already her forehead. I said I would help you explain the mock trial. We're going to reprise it right here in the lecture hall. It might help us catch her killer. Right, the stage is ready, and you, her forehead, ready to rock. No, the defense is not ready to rock. You saw the actual mock trial earlier, right? Just relax, you'll do fine. Besides, we have the script right here. Junie's masterpiece, the one everyone's been talking about. Yeah, and there's only one in existence. I borrowed it, if you will. Now Fraulein will need you to play the part of defendant and judge as per the script. Okay, got it. I've only read the case outline so far. I don't know how it actually turns out, so I'll treat this like I'm prosecuting a real case. You, her forehead, will play the part of a fledgling lawyer, a role you were born to play. All the evidence is also here with us. We have everything we need to reprise the mock trial. Très bien, let's get started. Defendant / Judge Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Court is now in session for a reenactment of the mock trial. Or what I would like to call the mock trial. Yeah, a double mockery perhaps, but a trial is still a trial. Achtung baby, it's no holds barred. Let's rock. Can't we take it easy today? It may just be a mock of a mock, but there's only one way to compete. You play to win. So remember, each time I catch you slacking off, I'm holding you in contempt of court. Great. A judge that voices her own objections and abuses her judicial powers. Now then, Prosecutor Gavin, your opening statement, if you please. You got it, Fraulein Judge. Our case is set in a school very much like this one. The victim, a professor, female. The defendant, an archery club member, also female. Oh me, oh my, I'm innocent. Innocent, I tell you. That's some seriously bad acting, Fraulein. Anyway, the victim's body was discovered in the middle of the quad. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who posed as the corpse. Her forehead. How did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. He reacted with, oh, the green sweatsuit. That's not exactly what I would pick to focus on, so why would he care about that? Too much of a fledgling to know what's important, that one. In any case, both in the mock trial and the actual case, Professor Court was wearing a sweatsuit. Moving right along.
Hold it!
Wait a sec. The body was discovered in the same area as the mock case, although there was a stage. Plus the murder weapon, an arrow, and the lack of blood are also the same. That's right, and therein lies the significance of this mock trial. So let's keep rocking it hard, just like that. Before the crime occurred, the defendant was to meet with the victim in the quad. Let's see here. When I arrived at our meeting place, I found the professor with an arrow in her stomach. But it wasn't me. I didn't kill her. You don't have to ham it up like that, Athena. It's called getting into character, her forehead. Don't be such a wet blanket. Right. Let's see. Then you said... A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab the professor with an arrow. I don't think so. At the time of the murder, a male student was seen holding a bow in the archery club room, which has a very clear view of the quad. He shot the arrow into the victim before my client even got there. Nine, her forehead. That vain swagger does not suit you in the least. Order, 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 especially you, Mr. Justice. Me? But I was just trying to get into it like Mr. Eurowalker said. So, the victim was shot in the archery club room before the meeting even took place. Hence, the defendant could not be the killer. That seems to be the defense's assertion. Prosecutor Gavin, do you have any objections? The autopsy report notes that the edges of the victim's wound were unusually ragged. Could such physical trauma possibly result from an arrow shot from a bow? 9. I believe the victim was impaled with the arrow by hand, post-mortem. In short, the real murder weapon was not the arrow at all. When Robin was prosecutor, he had a tough time determining the real murder weapon. Well, he's just a student, a warm-up act, while I am the real deal, the headliner, so to speak. The true murder weapon was most likely the awl that was left in the art room. An awl? What's that? I mean, an awl, you say. What might that be? It's a kind of tool used for poking holes in paper, wood, bodies, and other materials. It's kind of like an ice pick. I have the photo here if you're interested. Gross. It's all bloody up to the handle. Please tell me it's just paint. Most likely, Fraulein. Pretty realistic, yeah? Let's pretend it's real blood for now. The defendant's prints were lifted from the murder weapon. Furthermore, traces of the victim's blood were discovered in the art room. That's where I believe the murder actually took place. So the question now is, how did the body get from the art room to the stage? The murder took place in the third-floor art room, but the body was found in the quad. It must have been quite a chore moving the body all that way. Not at all. There's a maintenance area and storehouse right outside the art room, and a cart used to carry balls around was found there. I think I've seen one of those before, but that's a pretty big one. A jumbo yacht, big enough to fit a person or a body in it. The defendant brought the body from the art room window and moved it with the cart. That is how a high school girl could easily move a body all by herself. You don't say. A body dropped from 3 stories up will show signs of massive force trauma.
Objection!
That may be true, but you failed to account for the large high jump mat in the storehouse. A body dropped onto such a mat would show no signs of blunt force trauma. It's almost scary how similar this whole case is to the mock trial proceedings. Quite the crafty killer in an attempt to cast suspicion on the archery club. They moved the body to the quad, where it would be an easy shot from the club room. Then the killer faked the murder weapon by inserting an arrow into the all-stab wound. Sounds like he has only high praise for Junie's script. Were there any further arguments from the defense? Nope. It seemed like the teacher who was playing the judge was satisfied too. Time for the finale then. Your verdict, if you please, Fraulein Judge. Oh, right, that's me. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods. Wait a second. Even if this is just a mock trial of a mock trial, I don't want to declare Junie guilty. Yeah, perhaps that's not such a good idea. Let's end our mock trial here. Besides, it's about time I get back to my investigation. Thanks, you two. That little run-through of the mock trial cleared up quite a few things. Actually, baby, the prosecution's already got a witness sized up too. That was quick. Prosecutor Blackwell's almost too good. You're sure in a helpful mood today, Prosecutor Gavin. Well, like I said, I just want to catch whoever killed Professor Court, and there's no reason for me to start butting heads with you two. Anyway, I won't say goodbye, as I'm sure I'll be seeing you later. I always thought prosecutors were all a rather scary bunch, but Prosecutor Gavin sure seems pretty nice. He's not so bad as prosecutors go. We should get back to investigating too. We don't have nearly enough information yet. And we also have to tell Mr. Wright that we accepted Junie's case. Right. Looks like we have our work cut out for us. The most prominent feature of this case is how closely it resembles the script. That makes it a tough one because we have to have a firm understanding of them both. No sweat. We can reenact the mock trial as many times as we want by reading the script. I'll check it out in the court record and commit it to memory later. Good. I bet the script of the mock trial are going to be the centerpiece of the real trial. Make sure you know them inside and out. Yes, sir, Mr. Justice. Mr. Justice? Careful, I could get used to that. Apollo, any advice on how to investigate this case? Start by interviewing people about the basic facts. Interview people. Got it. Hey, you there. What can you tell me about the... Hold on, Athena. The trial's tomorrow, so try to limit it to people with some relation to the case. Okay, got it. Limit the interview pool. Right. You might also want to take it down a notch, otherwise you'll be dead by tomorrow. He wants me to calm down at a time like this. Junie's fate rests in my hands. I just have to win this one. Mr. Wright. I heard they arrested your friend Juniper. Yeah, Detective Fulbright just took her in. I refuse to believe that one of our students is capable of murder. We must prove her innocence by any means necessary. The end justifies the means. Thank you very much for the follow, friend. I am glad you are enjoying. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. What do you mean the end justifies the means? I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and mean what I say by all means. Here at our esteemed academy, we train our students to produce meaningful results. You believe in Juniper's innocence, do you not? Of course I do. Junie wouldn't even hurt a fly. Precisely. We have justice on our side. The only other thing we need are results. It is the height of folly to endanger your client by failing to pursue all means possible. Sure, I want to prove her innocence, but I don't like the sound of that. The end justifies the means part. Well, you are still young and idealistic. It's no wonder you fail to see the wisdom therein. There is but one thing to do now. I must personally take up Juniper's defense. You're going to take her case, Professor Means? I may be a professor, but I am still licensed to practice law. In fact, I've even battled Professor Court in court. No kidding. So you guys were rivals or something? No, nothing of the sort. She was an esteemed colleague at the academy and in court. You see, both Professor Court and I graduated from this academy at the top of our class. Wow, I bet they both used to really bring it. Now, if you would excuse me, I'd best go discuss the case with Juniper. Professor Means, please wait. I didn't want to say anything, but Apollo and I already agreed to take her case. It's true, Juniper is counting on us to prove her innocence. Really now? You two? And when were you planning on telling me? So sorry, boss. I know we should have asked first, but relax. Your friend was just hauled away in front of your eyes. Sometimes you just have to make snap decisions, and I think you made the right one. How wonderful. Very well, Athena Sykes. Let me ask you one thing. As a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else? That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients. What a wonderful answer. Juniper must be overjoyed to have a friend such as you. As her professor, I too shall do whatever I may to help her. And if you decide to take the end justifies the means strategy, come see me at once. Let's hope it never comes to that. Now, if you would excuse me. Well, time's a wasting. You better start investigating and fast. But first, how about I tell you everything I know so far? Yes, please. Things like that sure scream out school days, don't they? Were you involved in any extracurricular activities like school papers or mock trials? That wasn't my thing. I was an art major. An art major? Then how did you become a famous attorney? It's kind of complicated, and when I say kind of, I mean really, really complicated. He must really mean it. I'm picking up a lot of complex emotions in his voice. Have you learned anything new about the case? Actually, I ran into Prosecutor Gavin, and he told me something interesting. Seems the murder took place in the art room. There's traces of a large pool of blood there, so the police believe the body was moved from there to the stage. What? Really? Just like the mock trial again. The police are searching the art room, but whether they'll find anything, well, what? Come to think of it, let's do our own crime scene investigation before it gets too crowded around here. Are we even allowed to do that? It's no big deal as long as we leave it exactly like we found it. Plus, no, never mind. Now, where was I again? But there's really no need to talk about it right here, right now. I want you two to find out for yourselves. So, were you shocked by your conversation with Professor Means? I guess so. Actually, that was pretty shocking. The dark age of the law. I'm sure you've heard those words before. Sure, a number of times. Prosecutors file false charges, and lawyers fight back by fabricating evidence. There's a lot of that going around these days. But the question is, how is it related to the case at hand? Training students to produce results. That is the school's policy. Well, that in and of itself isn't a bad thing. Right, as long as those results come by fair and honest means. But what was it that Professor Means said? The end justifies the means. To survive the dark age of the law, you must use any means necessary. Fabrication of evidence and false charges are unavoidable in the quest for results. That's what they're preaching here at Themis Legal Academy. But what'll happen to our legal system if results are all that matter anymore? Relax. It's just a rumor. I would take it with a grain of salt if I were you. That's a relief. He had me going there for a minute. Wait a second. What if Mr. Wright examined the victim's body for a reason? Maybe he was worried that someone might actually tamper with the evidence. I think that about wraps up what I know so far. The fact that this case closely resembles Miss Wood's script is obviously important. Knowing that, you should probably try and identify what's the same and what's different. Okay, I'll try talking to as many people as I can on campus. I thought the area was cordoned off. Hey, the police were discussing something over there. Oh, I know. I'll just quietly sneak over for a listen. Here goes. Athena, watch where you're... Who put this stupid box here? Wait. Apollo, this box. There's... Oh, what now? There's someone or something inside. Don't let it be a snake. You morons just blew my cover. What the? There really is someone inside. That someone is me, Miriam Scuttlebutt, and I'm senior in the judge course. Well, what's with the box? It's the fate of we who live in the shadows. There's a very good reason why none may see my face by the light of day. Wait, if you're taking the judge course, did you write a mock trial script too? You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission, and you'll wish you hadn't. Who cares? I'm sure it was rejected for a good reason. So you're studying to be a judge too. You must be classmates with Juniper. Are you a friend of hers? Juniper. Sure, she's my friend. That's why I'm gathering info. Now tell me all you know. You know, for tomorrow's trial. For tomorrow's trial? What are you talking about? I'm going to take the stand, naturally. So the witness for the prosecution is some weirdo in a cardboard box. This disguise is how I get my scoops. But you're right, it's me, so tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Oh, wait a second, Miriam. Repeat what you just said. A lawyer with brains as bad as his ears. Poor Juniper. I'm taking the stand tomorrow. Tell me everything you know for Juniper's sake. Clear enough for you this time? I thought so. Athena, my bracelet's reacting. Really, that means a lie already. That was quick.
Gotcha!
That's strange. You suddenly tightened your grip when you said for Juniper's sake. It's like you subconsciously tensed up because you're lying. But what are you talking about? When did I ever lie? Okay, then let me ask you this. Why were you selected as a witness? That's an easy one. I'm the editor-in-chief of the Themis Herald. I know everything there is to know around campus, even the darkest of secrets. Editor-in-chief, huh? Pretty impressive. Yeah, well, it's a lonely one-woman operation. I do it all myself, from reporting to editing to publishing. Still impressed. I'm a perfect storm of journalism because I bring it all to the table. And this is the evidence. Here. An extra edition of the Themis Herald, published to coincide with the mock trial. Thanks, Miriam. You've revealed who you truly are. Someone who's never had Junie's best interests in mind. What? Are you questioning our friendship? Look, you may want answers, but no can do, because what you're saying conflicts with this piece of evidence.
Take that!
That's the Themis Herald, the paper I publish. What about it? Are you really that dense? This article is full of malicious lies about Junie. It's definitely not something a true friend of hers would write. You got it all wrong. Another staff member wrote that one. I don't think so, Miriam. You even said it yourself just a moment ago. It's a one-woman operation, or did you forget already? If you had just given me the info you have. Stupid pawn, Juniper's just using you. Now I want the truth, Miriam. You hide in your box in order to collect gossip for your sleazy paper. Isn't that right? You're not really friends with Juniper, are you? No, duh. She's the target of my scoops, and my beater's the man dirt. Extra, extra. The dirty little secret of the squeaky clean student council president. Dirty little secret. Alright, what are you planning to say in court? I'm a witness to her part in the crime. I'm going to tell it all in a shocking expose. The end justifies the means. That's my brand of tell-all journalism. The end justifies the means. Wait a second. In this dark age of law, many of us embrace Professor Means' methods. Even future judges have even adopted an Injustifies the Means brand of journalism, which includes tape recorders secretly hidden all over our campus, secretly recording every last word without anyone being the wiser. Doesn't she realize that's totally illegal? And one of them was at the scene of the crime, the art room. You put a tape recorder in the art room. What did it record? You want to know? You really want to know? Yes, please. That's so nice of you to, like I would really tell you now. The big scoop comes out in court tomorrow. You're so mean, Miriam. According to my evidence, a fatal fissure had opened between the three of them. Who? Junie, Hugh, and Robin? And what do you mean by fatal fissure? Juniper, Hugh, and Robin used to be the best of friends. Used to be. They still seem to get along fine to me. I did sense some discord though. You don't know anything. Professor Means has his followers, and Professor Court had hers. Their influence is inescapable. Are you implying that one of them adheres to that extreme idea you and Professor Means have? But why would anyone follow that philosophy? How could you possibly understand? You're new around here. Miriam, wouldn't you feel better if you came out of the dark and into the light? I can see fine in here. You'll be the one seeing the light in court tomorrow. Then you'll realize how guilty Juniper Woods really is. We are going to have to cross-examine her tomorrow, but I don't know where to start. Well, let's at least take care of whatever we can today. You're right. Let's see what else we can find out. So this is the maintenance area. Let's see. During the mock trial, Prosecutor Gavin said, as the art room is right above here on the 3rd floor, and that the body was tossed from there onto a high jump mat from the storehouse. Right, and then he claims the body was transported to the stage in a ball cart. And then there's someone else here. It's Robin. You scared the crud out of me. Right back at you. What are you doing out here? I'm working out so that I can become strong enough to save Juniper. I'm so worked up. My training brace is almost breaking at the seams. Right. The girl you like got arrested. You're psyching yourself up to rescue her. Yes, because I'm the manliest of manly men. That's why I work out with my manly brace. Except I hear some discord in that manly is the men's voice of yours. I don't mean to be rude, but can't you talk without shouting? Sorry, I'll try not to shout so much, if at all possible, that is. Which is not at all possible by the sound of it. So do you mind if I ask you some questions, as Junie's lawyer? No problem. Ask away. Keep 'em coming, man. My ears ache already. Robin, could you tell me a little more about yourself? You want to know about me? I'm a second-rate member of the Fine Arts Club. The Fine Arts Club. Looks like broken pottery or plaster. Maybe this is the source of that noise we heard. There were supposedly 2 statues on the stage. I seem to recall hearing that a co-ed from the Fine Art Club had made them. 2 big banners and a pair of wicked statues. This is just an illustration, but it's not half bad. Wicked statues. Wait, are those supposed to be you and Mr. Wright? Bingo, Fraulein. And they were so big and magnificent too. What a terrible waste. Say, did you create those stage statues by any chance? You bet I did. Both of them. Put my blood, sweat, and tears into those things, man. It must have been terrible seeing them all smashed up like that. I couldn't face Professor Court if I let something like that get me down. What do you mean? Professor Court was a Fine Arts Club advisor. She was all about truth and beauty, man. She always said the only good result is the truth. That and only lawyers who seek the truth through legitimate means produce worthwhile results. Yes, I'm totally on your guys' side. She must have been an incredible woman. Yeesh, and you call me loud when I practice my chords of steel. Aw man, why did I have to take the prosecutor course? I mean, how am I supposed to save Juniper if I'm studying to be a prosecutor? Don't worry, I'll clear Junie's name, you'll see. The three of us had a dream. We swore we would make it happen together. Prosecutor, lawyer, judge, the three of us would hold fair and honest trials. The dark age of the law, we were going to put a nail in its coffin, man. Wow, you guys swore to do that? But no, that stupid school rule had to ruin it. School rule. Which one? Anyone with a prior conviction, no matter how minor the offense, they won't be allowed to graduate from this stupid, holier-than-thou school. A tough legal academy with even tougher rules. Junie will never become a judge unless I can prove her innocence. And if I fail, the three of them will never realize their dream. It's like someone put pressure on my pressure. Look, there's Hugh. Hey, Hugh. Oh, it's you two. Do you want something? Did you find anything? You said you were going to do some investigating of your own. Nope, nothing yet. I'm afraid it's not looking very good for Juniper. You don't really think Juniper could have done something like this, do you? Only the author and the victim knew the contents of the script. Both the stage and the art room were in the exact same state as described therein. Nobody could commit a crime like that unless they had already read the script. Or wrote it. But look, Professor Means is better able to handle this than you two, so just leave it to him. There it is again. I'm picking up some discord in Hugh's voice. Hugh, would you mind telling me a little bit about yourself? Whatever. I'm 6'1", and under this uniform, I'm 100% lean muscle. My grades are outstanding, and I'm the ace of the archery club. Needless to say, I never miss my mark. Oh, and I'm incredibly humble too. How can you even say that with a straight face? Those around me call me a genius, but I pay them no mind. But when it comes to tests, I always get 100%, so I suppose it's only natural for them to say I'm a genius. But, as I said before, I pay them no mind. I heard you the first time. But what about the mock trial? It sounded like you were about to lose to Robin. There's a very good reason for that. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. You saw the body. Right, and I was so distraught that I basically handed Robin a victory. Hugh, would you mind telling us a little more about that? Right before the mock trial, the campus was empty. everyone was here in the lecture hall. Your attention, please. This is an announcement from the mock trial committee. The mock trial will begin shortly. All student and faculty, please proceed at once to the lecture hall. And that's right, there was that announcement and then everyone came in here. The only exceptions were the mock trial participants. Juniper, Robin, and I were in our personal dressing rooms next door. Wow, your own personal dressing rooms. That's total VIP treatment. Actually, they're for student-teacher meetings. They don't even have windows. The other two waited patiently in their rooms, but that's not my style. So I headed over to the archery range on the other side of the quad. I did some meditation while I waited. That's the best way to relax. Then just before the mock trial was to start, I headed back toward the main building. As I walked across the quad, I passed in front of the stage. So that's when you saw the body. Right, it was quite a shock. As much as I hate to admit it, my legs were shaking. I could have easily beaten Robin if it hadn't been for that. Wait, hold it right there. You went through with the mock trial even though you had just discovered a body. Why didn't you tell anyone? I mean, we're talking about someone getting killed here. I think I know why. Was it because of this? Where did you get that? So this article in the Phoenix Herald is true. The winner of the mock trial would get to make his confession to Junie. Right, but if I reported the body I had found, the whole thing would be called off. He really wanted to win that bad. Bad enough to ignore a dead body. Sorry, but that's not normal. Or could their love for Junie really be that strong? Thanks for sharing that important piece of information with us. It may prove useful at tomorrow's trial. Good, because that's all I have to say about the matter. Thanks, and don't worry, we'll prove Juniper's innocence. You'll see. I can't say you to inspire much confidence. Okay, Athena, what next? Well, I think I've talked to everyone who is somehow linked to the case. Okay, maybe it's about time we wrapped up our investigation. Oh, wait, we haven't met with Junie yet. Yeah, you're right. Let's head over to the detention center. Athena, thank you so much for coming. She called me Athena like she used to. Maybe she's finally letting her guard down. Junie, the crime's unfolding exactly like your script. Any idea what's going on here? We wanted to make it fair, so the script was kept secret until the day of the mock trial, and the only people who knew the details were Professor Court and I. Nothing we haven't heard already so far. However, yes, what is it, Junie? Well, there was this one article in the school paper. You mean this one? It's more like a tabloid piece than a newspaper article, if you ask me. I've been worried that the trial would wreck the friendship between Robin, Hugh, and me. She wants to stay friends, but both of the guys are hoping to take it to the next level. The passion of high school drama. Wish I could have experienced it. And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution. But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. So if Robin had won, Hugh wouldn't have been able to confess his love to Junie. That would have kept the trio's relationship the same. Unless, of course, he confessed because he won, because he also has a crush on her. Never knew Junie could be so devious. Sorry, I guess my personal problems probably won't be of any help in court. You never know. Help often comes from the most unexpected places. Thanks, Juniper. I was wondering about that all you had on you when you were arrested. Detective Fulbright, we found this in the suspect's pocket. Oh, why, there's blood on this. That's evidence we made for the mock trial. A mock trial. Never heard of such a thing, but it sounds fishy to me. Real fishy. It was the murder weapon from the mock trial. Professor Court and I were prepping it in the art room until the day before the trial. I didn't even realize I still had it on me until I was arrested. Then we've nothing to worry about. There shouldn't be any way to link it to the crime. Still, that blood red color on the awl bothers me. Wasn't it just paint or something? I mean, I was looking at it from pretty far away, but it probably was just paint, but that's what bothers me. It wasn't on the awl when we were prepping it yesterday. It wasn't. Then how and when did it get there? Well, before the mock trial began, I showed Thena and Mr. Wright to the waiting room. Then I went back to my dressing room to get the trial props we were going to use. That's when I found the art room key and the awl with what looked like blood on it. A key and the awl. Professor Court normally has the art room key since she's the Fine Arts Club's advisor. And since that key was there in the dressing room, I thought she was the one who had painted the awl to look like it had blood on it. After all, she always insisted that the prop should be realistic, so the awl suddenly shows up on the day of the trial with what looks like blood on it. I have a really bad feeling about this. Me too, but let's not jump the gun on this. You and Professor Court were busy preparing for the mock trial together yesterday, right? Was that the last time you saw her? Yes, I left school at around 6. Did you notice anything different about her? No, I did not notice anything out of the ordinary. She looked and acted the same as always. I would have never guessed she would end up like this. It looks like we're about out of time. Thank you for coming to see me. We'll do everything we can to prove you innocent tomorrow. I know, and I believe in you, Thena. Well, I should go now. Bye. Is she gonna be alright? She's like a shadow of the girl we met back at the academy. The Junie I knew was always like that, a little weak and sickly. But the fact that she's lifted her facade shows that she trusts us. Even still, what is it? Well, when Junie and her 2 friends were talking about their friendship, I sensed some discord in their hearts. Seriously? Yeah, but it was really faint. I might have been mistaken. There's no reason to doubt their friendship, is there? Don't worry, everything will be fine. You and Juniper are friends, right? You know that friend I mentioned to you earlier? Well, get this. Whenever something's troubling one of us, the other can just feel it. That's real friendship. I suppose you're right. Might as well forget about that and concentrate on the trial. Yup. Tomorrow's the big day. Let's sort out what we know so far. Okay. The victim, Professor Constance Court, was murdered in the art room on the 3rd floor. Then her body was moved to the outdoor stage in the quad. Also, the location where we found the body was just as the mock trial script described. I wish those were the only similarities they share. What do you mean? What I mean is this group and this case are exactly the same in almost every respect, so it follows that the actual trial may very well unfold just like the mock trial did. Oh no! The mock trial ended right before the prosecution was about to win. Well, that's not going to happen. This time, Junie will be declared not guilty. Of course, I intend to get our results the honest way. We can do this. We'll be fine. After all, I have Apollo and he's the king of being fine. My butterflies have butterflies in their stomach. So what's it like to have your very own case for the first time? My heart hasn't raced as fast since I ran that full marathon last year. If it keeps up, you might get a lawyer's high. You know, like a runner's high. Relax. Everyone's nervous their first time. So my fears weren't unfounded. After all, today's prosecutor is so terribly brutal and willing to use any means necessary to win a conviction. There's that the end justifies the means concept again. Now that has come to this, we have no choice but to fight fire with fire. The end justifies the means. I wish you would stop saying that. That's your method, Professor. I'm going to defend Juniper in
Stream
my own
elements.
way.
Said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
But, Miss Sykes, just yesterday you told me, as a lawyer, what is it that you treasure beyond all else? That's an easy one, Professor. Seeking justice for my clients. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen, then, won't I? My, but you are a stubborn one. Well, I suppose you'll have to learn of your own inefficiency the hard way. Inefficacy? Yeah, I think that was inefficacy. Forgive me, Professor Means, but can we just leave that at that? Oh dear, please forgive me. It's just I wish to protect Juniper by any means I can. I do too, but... Now, if you would excuse me. Thanks to him, I'm feeling even more pressure than before. Don't let it get to you, Athena, and don't forget to keep smiling. I'll be fine, and I haven't forgotten what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. The trial is about to begin. I'll show you to the courtroom if you please. Apollo, I'm counting on you to support Athena this time. Okay, Mr. Wright, leave it to me. That's right, I have Apollo to back me up. Junie's fate rests in my hands. I won't rest until she walks free. Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods. Athena Sykes, the defense team leader, is ready, Your Honor. That didn't sound very confident. You sure you're okay? I'll be fine. Your baldness. I know. As usual, you want me to deliver the opening statement. This case is crystal clear. I see no need to explicate it any further. Now summon the witness. Is there something the matter? Please do share your baldness. Oh, whatever gave you that idea? Bailiff, please call our first witness. And now we don't even get an opening statement. Detective Fulbright, he and Prosecutor Blackwell have become quite the team. Oh, right, the case brief. Leave it to me. Yes, let the detective in charge, everyone's favorite friend of justice, explain. What was that just now? It's like he and Blackwell are totally in sync. Well, I don't think they're capable of mind melding if that's what you're thinking. Alright, Detective Fulbright, would you please explain the case to the court? Professor Court's body was discovered on October 24th at approximately 2:30. She was murdered with this all I have here. The victim's blood and the defendant's prints were both discovered on it. Wow, that bird can deliver evidence too. Blackwell has trained him well. Maybe Blackwell should train it not to mess up people's hair while he's at it. Moving right along, the body was discovered on the outdoor stage, although no blood was found there. However, we detected traces of a massive amount of blood in the third floor art room. In short, the murder took place in the art room. So then the body had been moved from the art room to the stage. Precisely. And there's one more piece of irrefutable evidence. A recording made by a tape recorder, as school paper recorder hid in the art room. It captured a female voice screaming, "You're a goner." What's this? You have such a recording. Must be from that tape recorder Miriam mentioned. But why is this the first we've heard of a death threat at the moment of the murder? Silence, please. I would like to play the tape for you now. You're a goner. It is quite hard to hear, but the voice does sound female. But just because it's female doesn't that mean it's Juniper's voice. The noise and low volume of the voice have made voice print analysis all but impossible. Then you haven't identified the voice as belonging to the defendant. Not so fast. After all, voice print analysis isn't everything. The victim was killed at night and discovered in the afternoon the next day. The question is, when was the body moved? Oh, I know. It could have been moved in the middle of the night when no one was around. Sorry, but no. The campus was full of students that morning. However, no one reported seeing the body. That means the body was moved sometime before the mock trial when all the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall and the rest of the campus was empty. It was during this time Hugh O'Connor, one of the mock trial participants, found the body. So the prosecution heard about Hugh seeing the body. Wait one moment. If all the students and faculty were gathered in the lecture hall, then there wouldn't have been anyone who could have moved the body. Have no fear, for there's always an exception. An exception. The 3 mock trial participants were standing by in individual dressing rooms. They were the only ones who had free access to the deserted campus before the mock trial. What? Then that would mean... What would that mean? Those 3 students were the only ones who could have moved the body. In justice we trust. I don't like where this is headed, Athena. Me neither. And by those 3 I mean Hugh O'Connor, Robin Newman, and Juniper Woods. I knew it. Please, Detective Fulbright, don't say what I think you're about to say. In justice we trust. I take it everyone here understands now. The voice believed to be that of the murderer was female, and out of the 3 people who could have moved the body, just 1 is a girl. That leaves the defendant Juniper Woods as the only possibility. No! Impressive. He has you on the ropes even before any cross-examinations. You could at least pretend to be upset for me. A splendid job, Fulbright. That could not be any clearer. Feel free to anticipate a salary raise next month. I don't do this for the money. It's all about justice. In justice we trust. Not only a halfwit, but a perennial stick in the mud you are. I guess neither the carrot nor the stick works on Detective Fulbright. Now, bailiff, please bring our next witness to the stand. So, our first witness is a cardboard box. Stealth mode deactivated. Oh my, the box has hands. Smile, Your Honor. What the dickens? I've just had my picture taken. Miriam Scuttlebutt, senior at the Legal Academy. I'm a reporter on the judge course. Juniper's been a bad girl. I'll tell you all about her crime. Might I ask whether you could come out of that box? How will I get any more scoops if I blow my cover? So the answer is no. After all, covert action is an undercover reporter's bread and butter. But testimony from a faceless witness is highly irregular. A former ninja I met in the clink said that exposing those who work in the shadows is to pass the death sentence upon them. Oh my, I had never thought of it that way. Very well, if it would spare a life, I will make a special exception this time. A former ninja in prison. Holy Shinto, how could the judge believe this load of crock? Now your testimony, please. Oh, but take care not to reveal your face. The similarity of the case and the script. The murder happened exactly like Juniper's mock trial script. Up until the mock trial began, only Professor Court and Juniper knew the script's content. But Professor Court's sudden decision not to use the script sparked Juniper's murderous rage. Juniper has to be the killer. She has a motive, and the murder is just like her script. The murder is just like her script. Could such a thing be true? Compare her script with the murder case and crime scene photos. Then you'll see. This is so simple, even an ape posing as a decrepit old judge could understand. Only the victim and the defendant were privy to the script. Ergo, the defendant is the killer. Furthermore, in the art room when the crime supposedly occurred, this witness's script, along with an envelope on which use was written, were found. This proves that the accused script had been rejected the day before the mock trial. She pressed the victim to use her script, an argument ensued, and then the fatal stabbing. That makes perfect sense. What now? Prosecutor Black Quill has all his ducks lined up in a row. He's really on a roll now. He's like a pit bull once it sinks his teeth into you. How dare she? My script had it all. A bum rap and phony evidence, grudges and betrayals. I trust the defense is ready to cross-examine the witness. No problem. I mean, yes, I'm ready. I think. Time to find a hole in her testimony and unbox the truth. I've seen it done over and over. I know I can do this.
Hold it!
There must be places where the script in this case diverge. Don't sweat the details. That kind of stress will give you wrinkles.
Objection!
I'm not worried. My skin is as fair as silk.
Objection!
Indeed, you are quite fair. Very desperate.
Objection!
Oh, what did you just say? Black Quill really turned that one around on you. Whose side are you on? Hurry up and think of a clever comeback. Easy there, Athena. Now you listen to me. The two cases do indeed have their differences. For one, the stage hadn't yet been erected in the mock trial script, and in the actual case there were signs indicating that the interest had been veiled. But such differences pale in comparison to the host of similarities. In any event, replicating the crime without knowledge of the script is an impossibility. Looks like I won't be passing this off as a coincidence. What a total burn. Try again, why don't you? Pawn of Woods.
Hold it!
Anyone who saw the mock trial could have recreated the crime. After they saw the mock trial, they could have easily staged the body just like the script.
Objection!
Wary is the trial which pits Hawk against Canary.
Objection!
Well, what did you just say? If he's so wary, he should try helping less. I bet that would save some energy. This is no time for jokes, Apollo. He just called me a canary. Don't let him get to you. At least canaries pick up on things quickly, just like you. I shan't repeat myself, so listen carefully, Sykes Dono. Hugh O'Connor discovered the body before the mock trial even began. How could one stage the body as it is in the script before anyone knew its contents? That's right. Do you even fathom the intricacies that go into staging a crime scene? No, I think not. You have the rudimentary mind of an elementary school child. Elementary school. Reporter's testimony throws attorneys and Athena Sykes for a loop. The perfect caption. How marvelous. A photo in the newspaper is just the thing to boost your brand. In a school paper. Seriously? I believe you pressed the witness more than enough, Miss Sykes. Now, do you see how clear-cut my case is? Take it now, and in that fair, desperate mind of yours, etch it deep so you may never forget. No! Even my arguments get thrown back in my face. It wasn't supposed to be like this. What am I going to do? Athena, you should just about have all the answers you've been looking for now. Think about it this way. If the killer knew the details of the mock trial, would they really commit the crime in the exact same way? I don't follow. Try to place yourself in the killer's shoes. I bet you'll discover an inconsistency if you do. I get it. Thanks, Apollo. Miss Scuttlebutt, just so we're clear, you're claiming that the killer intentionally made the crime scene look just as it was in the script. And that is beyond a shadow of a doubt, not a coincidence. Is that correct? No, duh. After all, it's just more evidence of Juniper's evil she-devil ways.
Objection!
Well, what did I say? What did I say? Our client made the crime scene look just like the script, something known only to her. That would be not just foolhardy, but completely irrational. Oh, what do you mean? Yes, Miss Sykes, please tell this court what you mean by irrational. It wouldn't make any sense for Junie to mimic her own script on purpose, because it would mean making her the culprit. The murder scene was the same as it was in the mock trial script. That in and of itself is irrational. What's wrong with them being the same? Yes, Miss Sykes. Care to explain what you mean? Okay, let's say for argument's sake that Miss Woods is the killer. If so, then what reason would she have to intentionally make the actual murder mimic her own script? That's easy. She was admitting that she was the... That's right. If she had really done that, it would have been like proclaiming to the world that she was the killer. So what we actually have here is evidence of someone trying to frame our client. The body was found the day of the mock trial. In short, the day the details were revealed. So it would be completely inconceivable for the murderer to go exactly like the script. Don't let it go to your head just yet.
Objection!
It would seem Justice Dono's comrade in arms has finally drawn her sword. However, the blade is dull, and it shall remain so until you master its use. Enough with the stupid sword metaphors already. There is a perfectly good reason for the inconsistency of which you speak. A reason? What reason? Must I spell out everything? You are what people today call high maintenance. The accused had intended to stop the mock trial, and in that event, nary a soul would have been the wiser to the similarities of the case and script.
Objection!
No, the mock trial was only stopped after the body was accidentally discovered.
Objection!
Our witness here had also discovered the body. In fact, she was led to our dearly departed professor by the accused herself. Well, what? Miss Scuttlebutt saw the body too? Precisely, and with the discovery of the body, the mock trial ought to have been cancelled. Wait, so you didn't call the police? Nope, I kept a secret for my big Q. You can't do that. I made her pay long and hard penance for her sin. Did I not, my little box top? Compared to the work of a war correspondent, the sheer terror of that was... Jeez, I wonder what the Twisted Samurai did to her. Block off all the holes in her box, and spin her like a top, while Detective Fulbright cackled in delight. That sounds more nauseating than scary. Enough jabbering. Witness, continue your testimony. Sure, Mr. Samurai, I'm ready to finish off that she-devil. What Scuttlebutt saw. I snuck into Juniper's dressing room while everyone was in the lecture hall. Juniper had changed into her stage costume. I asked her, "What are you doing?" But suddenly she fled into the hallway, as if she wanted me to follow her. I followed her all the way to Professor Quark's body, She led me right to it. I'm positive it was Juniper because she was wearing the costume that she had made.
Hold it!
Why did you withhold such key testimony? Well, what's that supposed to mean? Athena, you haven't even started your cross-examination. I know, but her testimony points to her as being a potential suspect. Well, I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill is. No. Wait, I bet he's already thought of that. The witness left the lecture hall to sneak into Miss Wood's room before the mock trial. That means she, too, could have moved the victim's body. The prosecution's claim no longer has any ground to stand on. Help! Now, no need to ruffle your own feathers so. When you squeak like a little brat, it agitates Taka. Do you want him to peck your eyes out? No, thanks. You listen here. The witness has a perfectly good alibi. Oh yeah, I do. Around the estimated time of death, I was at undercover reporter class. It's right near my home. Undercover reporter class. The proverbial rug has been pulled from under you. The witness could not be the killer. The defense must look before leaping, or at least make sure the rug's secured to the floor. I tried to warn you. Well, there ends the cross-examination. Let's allow the witness to step down. No, wait a minute. The defense has no right to cross-examine the witness after that little spectacle. For whatever a man is sowing, this he will also reap. Why can't he say, you reap what you sow? Very well. If the cross-examination is over, I suppose the witness may go home. Perhaps spend some time in her lovely box and recover from today's stressful events. Don't you worry about me, Your Honor. There's no rest for the wicked, or journalist either. My third eye's always eyeing a scoop. She's always eyeing a scoop. Well, back to the trenches. Bye-bye.
Hold it!
Not so fast, Miss Scuttlebutt. Apollo, there's just one thing I would like to ask. Did you take a picture of the victim's body? And if not, why not? No, I didn't take one. Well, that's strange. Why wouldn't you take a picture if you're always eyeing a scoop? Did you or didn't you really see the victim's body? It's not like I actually saw it, but what the devil? Did you hear that, Your Honor? The witness didn't actually see the body. That completely overturns the prosecution's claim that the witness was led to it. Justice Dono, you dare bear steel at me again? Nice try, boy wonder. So what if I didn't see the body? The fact remains that Juniper led me there. Feast your eyes on this. What exactly am I looking at here? It's a crucial moment forever frozen in time by my third eye. A photo clearly showing Juniper Woods. Why did you not tell me of this? It's a shocking scoop I was saving for just the right moment. And that would be now, right here in court. Surprise! What did I do? What did I do? All journalists keep their scoop secret until the right moment. She's pretty brave hiding it from Blackquill like that. Or pretty stupid. Well, this is an unexpected turn. Athena, about this picture. See how it only shows the back of the subject? So then, right Who knows whether this photo shows Juniper in the first place?
Objection!
A completely irrelevant point. What is relevant here is there was someone who did try to lead the witness to the body. Take a gander at this, the route by which the accused escaped. The witness pursued the accused this way after she fled the dressing room. The accused descended to the first floor and exited to the quad. Then what? Cartoon threatened. Then I tripped and fell, caught my knee on my own box. She stayed under her box even while running after someone. Sounds difficult. Recall that the body was already there, for Hugh O'Connor had already seen it. She was trying to show someone the body because she wanted to stop the mock trial.
Hold it!
But if the facts have changed, that's all the more reason to cross-examine the witness. The defense has a point there. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. It seems Justice Dono has saved your pretty little hide, Missy, for now at least. Guess I pulled that off somehow. Thanks, Apollo. You're a lifesaver. Incidentally, my compliments to the witness for her very fine box. It's primo cardboard, lovingly selected from among many. Tell another lie or hide another fact from me, and I shall put it to the torch. But please, anything but that. I think it would be more eco-friendly to recycle it, but that's just me. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may cross-examine the witness.
Objection!
Miss Scuttlebutt's sole basis for identifying our client as the figure in this photo is the fact that it shows someone in Miss Wood's stage costume. Well, it is Juniper's costume, so that must be Juniper in it. It's clear cut. No, that's where you're completely mistaken. What? This is a design following our client's stage costume. Oh my, what a wonderful creation. The constellations are extraordinary. I'm glad you noticed, because those stars are precisely what's important here. In the drawing, there are constellations all over the outside of the costume. But there's not a single star on the costume in the photo. Uh-oh, and that means... what exactly? Your Honor, there were no other blue costumes at the scene, which leads me to believe that the figure in the photo was wearing our client's costume inside out. But why would Miss Woods make a mistake like that? Well, it's not really a matter of why, but rather who made the mistake of putting it on inside out. Oh wait, you're not suggesting. That's right, I'm glad you're catching on. The costume's designer wouldn't put her own costume on inside out. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a scoop when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter. A failure as a reporter. Why, hello, Miss Scuttlebutt. So nice to meet the woman beneath the box. Yeah, you didn't see nothing.
Objection!
Now I would have you stop right there, Sykes Dono. For it is the why of the matter on which I would have this court focus. What do you mean? Miss Juniper Woods. Yes. What were you doing on the morning of the mock trial? I was in my dressing room, painting my costume in fluorescent paint. Fluorescent paint. My design drawing shows twinkling stars on the costume. I was going to make the costume shimmer like that by painting the inside fluorescent. What was that again? Fluoride. Did your costume have cavities? Not fluoride. Fluorescent as in glowing. The paint would make it glow in the dark. Yes, so you applied that to the inside of the costume. And then? I let it dry for a while, because I heard it takes a long time. I put the costume on my mannequin inside out. Inside out. So then, this is a photograph of the inside out costume taken in the dark. As you can see, there's a heavy layer of paint over the entire inside surface. If someone were to properly don this costume in this state, the wet paint would get all over their body. Why, yes, I believe it would. And it is time to end for the day, friends. It is 1800. So I will see you Monday for some more trials. Stay safe, friends, and have a wonderful weekend.